Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Chapter 1, Historical Roots of the Crusades. It is worth mentioning that the Crusader wars between the Muslims and Western Christians and others did not start at the end of the 5th century Hijri, and they did not end in the 7th century Hijri. These campaigns were actually part of a series in a lengthy conflict that began with the emergence of Islam and continued off and on in almost all eras from the emergence of Islam until modern times. It is possible to divide this period into 5 phases of this ongoing conflict. Whenever the conflict cooled down during any of these phases, it soon reignited in the next phase, where it was no less vicious and violent, sapping Islamic energy and resources across vast swaths of land. These phases are as follows. The Byzantines. The origins of the Byzantine anti-Islamic movement go back to the time of the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself. From the year 5 Hijri, in the battles of Domat al-Jandal, That as-Salasil, Mu'ta, and Tabuk, and ending with the campaign of Usama ibn Zayd radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, the Byzantines realized the new danger coming from the south, especially after the emerging Islamic State managed to free a number of Arab tribes in the north of Arabia from their former Byzantine masters. Whether the Byzantines were moving against Islamic forces on their own initiative or as a reaction against Muslim movements, the ultimate conclusion is that this state began to realize more and more the extent of the new challenge and began to prepare to stop it. It is true that on some occasions these preparations were not at the right level, which may have been due to lack of precise information on which the Byzantine leadership based its plans. But the outcome was that the fire of conflict broke out and intensified immediately after the death of the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and after Islamic forces started pouring into the lands under Byzantine control. The Byzantines were expelled from their possessions in Asia and parts of Africa at the hands of the rightly guided caliphs. During the subsequent period, which witnessed many attacks and counterattacks carried out by the Byzantines on land and sea, most of which ended in failure, the Byzantines soon retreated as a result of the persistent pursuit of the Umayyads, starting with Muawiyah, the founder of the Umayyad state, and the era of Abdul Malik ibn Marwan and his sons, especially Al-Walid and Sulayman. This active pursuit of the Byzantines continued after the Umayyad era in Syria, Egypt, and North Africa. They withdrew completely from North Africa and vast areas of the Mediterranean, and were confined to Anatolia and their possessions in Europe itself. With the passage of time, the danger of counterattacks grew less, because they were concentrated along a line stretching across Anatolia and the Euphrates Valley, rarely able to penetrate and deeper due to the alertness of the Islamic leadership, who fortified the borders and also launched ongoing attacks against the Byzantine state, penetrating deep in the direction of Constantinople itself. This did not leave the Byzantine emperor, in most cases, any room to broaden the scope of his counterattacks, except at the beginning of the 4th century Hijri, when the Abbasid state had grown weak. The emergence of the Seljuks then gave a new impetus to the Islamic Jihad movement, during the reign of the Seljuk Sultan Alp-Arslan, they were able to inflict a crushing blow to the backbone of the Byzantine forces in the Battle of Manzikert in 463 Hijri. That victory spelled the end of the challenge posed by the Byzantine state and its counterattacks, and it remained ineffectual until it fell, many centuries later, to the Ottomans. The Spanish. From the earliest stages, the Andalusian arena witnessed persistent counterattacks from the north, where the Spanish had fortified themselves in the areas of a rugged terrain. These attacks resulted in a bitter conflict, through which the Umayyad leadership confronted these counterattacks for nearly 3 centuries, during which they contained the threat and forced the enemy to retreat to northern pockets in the Iberian Peninsula. There were 2 bursts of renewed Islamic energy, the first of which was at the hands of Almoravids, that is Almorabbituri, who came from Morocco, and who achieved a magnificent victory at the Battle of Zagrajas, that is Az-Zallaka, against the Spanish Christians in 479 Hijri. The second came at the hands of the Almohads, that is Al-Muwahhidun, who came after them and succeeded in inflicting a crushing defeat on the Christians in the Battle of Al-Arqos, that is Al-Arak, in 591 Hijri. Thus Islam was able to survive in Andalusia by confronting challenges and resisting Spanish counterattacks on an almost equal footing, and this continued for almost 4 centuries. But the Muslims there soon became exhausted, and ever more weakened by division and bloody conflicts among themselves. This tipped the balance in favor of the Christian leadership, which was ultimately able to bring down the last Islamic government there, the Kingdom of Granada, which fell in 897 Hijri. Soon after that, under the leadership of Ferdinand and Isabella, came the worst massacre in human history, when the state, church, and inquisition joined forces and were able, by methods which showed no respect to human, let alone religious values, to destroy the Islamic presence in Andalusia and erase it from the map of Spain, and to assimilate the Muslim masses by force into a society that claimed to be Christian in religion, culture, and conduct. The Crusader Movement. The Crusader movement was a reaction against Islam by the Christians, the roots of which go back to the emergence of the Muslims from Arabia. When they confronted the Byzantine state, this movement developed like a living entity over centuries, hardly emerging from one phase before it entered another. The period between 488 and 690 Hijri, that is 1095 to 1291 Common Era, was only one of its stages. The fact that this phase is so prominent that it almost outshines all other stages is due to many complex and interconnected factors, which a researcher may find in the motives and reasons that led to the onslaught of the huge waves of crusades at that time. Historians agreed to use the word crusades or crusader to apply to the entire crusader, colonialist movement that was born in Western Europe and took the form of armed attacks against Muslim lands in Syria, Iraq, Anatolia, Egypt, and Tunisia in order to eradicate Islam and Muslims and take back Jerusalem. The roots of this movement are to be found in the religious, social, intellectual, economic, and political conditions that prevailed in Western Europe in the 11th century. It harnessed religion as the fuel to achieve its aims. Crusader attacks are nothing new. They are not a strange or exceptional phenomenon. They are the rule, and anything else is the exception. Hence we say that limiting the time scale of the Crusades to the period between 588 and 690 Common Era is a mistake, as Professor Said Ashur states. It is not based on a solid foundation or on any comprehensive study of the Crusader movement. but it is the result of taking a partial view of the movement and failing to examine its roots and origins on the one hand and its consequences and legacy on the other. The Islamic resistance to this invasion was a brilliant indication that faith was still alive in the hearts of Muslims, sometimes at the level of the leadership and at the level of the masses most of the time. This era produced mujahideen who reached a high caliber of efficiency and capability. These mujahideen spread along all fronts and resisted the invaders at every turn. Throughout 2 centuries, they never gave up their resistance, never accepted the status quo or laid down their weapons. They were constantly prepared, at any moment, to leap upon their horses and rush to meet their goals. Jihad is not created by wishful thinking, and the Mujahid does not operate in a vacuum. It is great historical challenges that make jihad and motivate the Mujahideen and instill in the Muslim fighter a spirit of heroism, sacrifice, and martyrdom. The Crusaders' outflanking maneuvers. Soon after Europe had crushed the Islamic presence in Spain, the leaders of Spain and Portugal, followed by Britain, Holland, and France, began their well-known historical maneuvers to outflank the Muslim world via their operations in Africa and Asia. This evolved into the colonialist movement that the Muslim world would subsequently suffer from, and which continued for decades after the fall of the Ottoman Caliphate. The Mamluks in Egypt and Syria had run out of steam. The discovery of a new sea route around the Cape of Good Hope had dealt a crushing blow to their trade, which was the backbone of their financial strength. The Ottomans were concentrating their efforts on penetrating Europe from the east, and they did not have the territorial connections to enable them to stop the outflanking maneuvers when they started. It was only after many decades that they took action to confront this situation. Nevertheless, Muslim populations and local leadership fought vigorously in the areas under attack and set a great example of long-term resistance against the aggression. They inflicted huge losses on the invaders on all fronts and along the coasts where the invaders sought to get a foothold. The Ottomans managed to save the Islamic world from the Spanish-Portuguese invasion, which had threatened to strangle Muslims' trade. When the Iberians tried to gain control of the coast of Muslim Morocco, the Ottomans hastened to seize control of all of North Africa except Marrakesh. They were able to confront the Spanish all along the coasts and islands of the Mediterranean and push them back. Thus, the Ottoman navy managed to keep the coastal regions of the Mediterranean for Islam and the Muslims. The Ottomans also managed to gain control of the coast in East Africa and areas on the northern coast of the Indian Ocean at the beginning of the 18th century, which alarmed the Europeans. Ahmed ibn Said managed to stand up to them in Oman, where the Portuguese lost any hope of regaining control of the region. After the fall of Andalusia, Oman was the strongest Arab power. Its revival lasted from 1000 to 1250 Hijri. Oman controlled the coastal fortresses of the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean, the Gulf and East Africa as far as the Cape of Good Hope. Within a few generations, the Omanis became masters of the three great seas. They had a huge fleet that defeated the Portuguese fleet and expelled it from all the ports in India, Persia, and Africa. The English could not tolerate this naval power which threatened their possessions in Asia and Africa. For 80 years, they tried to weaken it and destroy it, and the British fleet bombarded its cities. Colonialism. The next European counterattack came at the hands of the colonialist forces, which were pushed by the Industrial Revolution to seek fresh pastures in the Old World. They sought markets for their goods, sources of raw materials, and a supply of cheap human labor. This took the form of slaves taken by force from Africa and transported across the sea in a process that remains a dark stain on the history of the conflict between Europe and the East, to which huge numbers of Muslims in Africa fell victim. This wave, which was led by Britain, France, Holland, Belgium, Italy, and Germany to some extent, continued until the early decades of the 20th century. The Muslim world was its primary victim. In fact, it was its only victim if we exclude small areas inhabited by non-Muslim majorities. Its economic goals, driven as they were against a crusader background, were expressed in more than one incident and offered evidence in more than one case. British Prime Minister William Gladstone expressed it clearly when he addressed Parliament holding a copy of the Noble Quran in his hand. So long as this is in the hearts and minds of the Egyptians, we will never be able to defeat them. When the British Crusader general entered Jerusalem in victory after the First World War and was received with great honor by the allies of the British, he could not conceal his Crusader resentment against Islam and the Muslims. He expressed his joy and happiness as a victorious Crusader leader who had conquered Jerusalem and Palestine and brought it under the Crusader British mandate, saying, "Now the Crusades are over." With this statement, he declared that the aim of the Crusades to occupy Jerusalem and impose Crusader authority on it and on Palestine had been achieved. He was stating that the Crusades, which continued for 2 centuries, during which Jerusalem and Palestine were occupied in 492 Hijri and liberated by the Muslims in 583 Hijri, had not achieved their goal until the First World War. The Crusades achieved their goal when they took over Palestine and Jerusalem. The French Crusader general went to the tomb of Salah ad-Din in Damascus, where he said at the graveside, "Now we have come back, Saladin." The Crusades continued and did not stop. Britain gave a homeland to the Jews in Palestine, where a Jewish state was established. They took the necessary administrative and military steps to establish the state, training the Jews in the use of weapons and arts of war, and supplying them with weapons. They even gave them some of the British Army's weapons, specifically when Britain announced the end of the British mandate in Palestine on 15th May 1948. They even handed over many Palestinian cities and towns to the Jews, who announced the establishment of the Jewish state, but at the same time they forbade the Muslim Palestinians to train in the use of weapons or to keep weapons, and they inflicted unjust punishments on any Palestinian who kept weapons or military equipment. Execution was a common punishment. Thousands of Muslim mujahideen were hanged on the gallows of the British Crusaders during that period, and tens of thousands were thrown into prison. These events coincided with the colonialist movement and were closely connected to the Christian missionary movement, both Protestant and Catholic, the centers of which were spread throughout the length and breadth of the Muslim world. These missionaries paved the way for colonialism by means of their various activities. They also enjoyed a lot of help and advantages under colonialist authority. But this colonialist counterattack did not happen peacefully, and the Muslim peoples did not bow to the force of the invaders. They rolled up their sleeves and resorting to the strength generated by faith, they were able by means of their sacrifices, fearlessness in the face of death and desire for martyrdom, to resist the invasion, despite the fact that they had no material or military resources. They achieved amazing feats that astounded the Western colonialists and interrupted the flow of their plans for conquest, inflicting disastrous defeats on them and blocking their way with barbed wire and mines. Not only that, the response to the Christian colonialist challenge brought about authentic Islamic movements, which were forged in a tough jihad environment and were aimed at dealing with the enemy and liberating the land, the faith, and the people. They produced examples of resistance action which were acknowledged by the Westerners themselves before any Easterners, and which filled many bright pages of history. By way of example only, as we cannot list everything, we may mention the resistance of Muhammad Abd al-Karim al-Khattabi in Morocco, Abdul Qadir al-Jazairi and the Association of Muslim Scholars in Algeria, which was led by Abd al-Hamid ibn Badis and Muhammad al-Bashir al-Ibrahimi, Umar al-Makhtar in Libya, and other liberation movements which deserve greater sincere, honest efforts to research and write about them. The Ummah is in the greatest need of such serious studies. The Crusades have not ended and will never end. What is happening in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Palestine tells us that. End of chapter 1. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 1 of Chapter 2. The most important causes of the Crusader invasion. During this period, Western European society was dominated by local conflicts and wars between feudal princes, which helped to exacerbate the worsening social and economic situation in Western Europe. The conflicts between the two heads of the Western Christian world at that time, the Pope and the Emperor, also had a great effect on the course of European events. The papacy had reached a high level of power and influence during this period, which had opened the door to it becoming an international power in the sense that the Pope was officially the spiritual leader of all Christians in the East and in the West equally. However, there were ongoing conflicts between the two churches, the Eastern Orthodox and the Western Catholic, each of which insisted that its point of view should prevail and it should have the upper hand over the other. Hence, when the idea of a crusade was suggested to Pope Urban II from 471 to 491 Hijri, that is 1078 to 1097 Common Era, he saw it as a great opportunity to put an end to the dispute between the two churches and to dominate the Eastern Orthodox Church and incorporate it into the Western Church under his leadership. On the basis that this would all be done under the cover of fighting the Muslims, protecting the Byzantines and taking back the Holy Lands in Palestine. This was in addition to many other aims that the papacy wanted to achieve through carrying out a holy war, such as putting an end to the power and influence of the feudal lords in the West, and at the same time putting an end to ongoing feudal wars by diverting those energies and exploiting them in a conceited holy war that might create opportunities for petty rulers to enjoy a better life in the East without disputes. Opinions differ as to the nature of the Crusader movement and its hidden motives. Some think that the motive was materialistic. Others think that it was the offspring of the zealotry and religious fanaticism that were common in Europe during the Middle Ages, and that the true motive behind these wars was in fact religious fervor mixed with other aims, such as the desire to establish new kingdoms and acquire great wealth, The majority of historians, both classical and contemporary, regard these wars as religious wars and believe that the religious factor was the primary motive behind them, with the aim of taking back the supposed sepulchre of Christ and the Holy Lands from the Muslims. Others regard that as one of the manifestations of economic and colonialist expansion in the Middle Ages. In fact, the Crusades were the result of the interaction of all these factors because they were undertaken for political, economic, and social reasons and used religion both as fuel and as a means of concealing the motives mentioned. It is impossible to underestimate the religious factor in these wars in any way. There follows a detailed discussion of the motives and causes. Religious motives. The religious motive was the primary motive that drove the Crusader masses into battle. The symbol of the Crusades, which demonstrates the importance of the religious aspect, was the cross which they put on their weapons and luggage when they headed for Palestine in particular. A religious revival movement had appeared in Western Europe in the 10th century and reached its peak in the 11th century, strengthening the position of the papacy and stirring up religious fervor in the people's hearts. The church exploited this fervor, finding an external outlet for it. When the idea of a crusade emerged, the churches took Western Europe as a vast arena in which to exploit this suppressed energy and raging fervor. This was done in the name of saving Jerusalem from the infidel Muslims. The most famous of those who adopted the call for a crusade was Pope Urban II, who is regarded as being primarily responsible for propagating the war against the Muslims and inciting the first campaign against Greater Syria. Circumstances were ripe, so he hastened to hold a meeting in the city of Clermont in France. The meeting lasted for 10 days and was attended by more than 300 churchmen, as well as princes from different parts of Europe, envoys of the Byzantine emperor, and representatives of the Italian city-states. The Pope was able to stir up the fervor of his audience, and the cry reverberated through all sectors of society. Deus vult, God wills it. Those present hastened to take the cross as a symbol. The Pope also pointed out what he called the Islamic danger that was threatening Europe from the direction of Constantinople. He declared that the Christians in the East were suffering from Muslim oppression and that churches and monasteries had been destroyed. He urged his listeners to take revenge on the Muslims. In fact, what the Pope said about the Eastern Christians being persecuted were false claims. Such persecution is not in accordance with the spirit of Islam or the nature of its message and the care that it shows to Christians. One of the slogans of this war was that the Christian pilgrims had been subjected to persecution and aggression en route to Jerusalem just before the Crusades began. This was also a false claim. A prominent European historian says that isolated cases of persecution to which Christians were exposed in Muslim lands, especially in the Near East, cannot be taken as a valid reason for the Crusader movement under any circumstances, because Christians in general enjoyed a good share of religious and other freedoms under Muslim rule. Not only were they allowed to keep their old churches, they were also allowed to build new churches and monasteries in the libraries of which they collected theological works of all sorts. The claims of churches and monasteries being destroyed or confiscated were not based on any evidence. They were just rumors, a fact which highlights the role of false propaganda in opening up this front against the Muslims. A particular incident in a particular village may have played some propaganda role, but that cannot be taken as the norm of Muslim interactions with Christians and their churches in Muslim lands. More than one fair-minded historian has confirmed that the Christians who were subjected to Seljuk rule were much better off than their brethren who lived in the heart of the Byzantine Empire itself. There is no evidence that the Seljuks persecuted the Christians in the East. Nevertheless, the Pope's calls reached a fever pitch of hatred, with no rational thought about negative consequences of his imprudent call. Otherwise, what did it mean when he said to his followers, "Go and annoy the barbarians, rid the Holy Land of the infidels, and take possession of it for yourself, for as the Bible says, it is flowing with milk and honey"? The Pope promised the masses who took part in the war that the sinners among them would be spared punishment, and they would be exempted from taxes. He also promised that the Church would look after their families in their absence. Perhaps another factor that may be included under the heading of religious motives is the fact that the news of miracles and wonders propagated by the Church had become widespread in the West. There was a prevalent belief that the second coming of Christ was imminent, and it was essential to persist in seeking forgiveness for sins and doing good deeds before he arrived. There was also a notion that the Holy Land should be regained before the return of Christ. The Pope realized that this intense religious fervor would not last for long, so he called for vows and prayers to be offered in the Church of the Resurrection, and he announced that the curse, the sword of vengeance, would come upon everyone who was seized by cowardice and weakness or who turned back on his heels. The Pope threatened to excommunicate everyone who did not respond to the Church's call to head towards the Muslim lands. He shrewdly exploited emotions and feelings to achieve his plans. The Church was influential because of the power that it had over people's hearts in Western Europe at that time, which made his call to arms successful, with the result that people came out in crowds, heading in a wave of successive crusader campaigns toward the Islamic East. We should not forget the hatred that the Crusaders had towards Islam and the Muslims, because Islam has taken from them lands that had been under their control and liberated slaves who had been suffering under their domination. It took away possessions that had been in their grasp, hence grudges started to smolder in their hearts, and the fires of enmity flared up, and they began to seek opportunities to regain what they had lost and avenge themselves against those who had brought them low and torn apart their kingdom. The famous Orientalist Prince Leon Saitani, who gave most of his wealth to write the history of the Islamic conquest movement in his book Anali Delv Islam, explains to us the reason for this hatred of Islam and Muslims in the introduction to his book, where he says that he only wanted to understand through his work the extent of the Islamic catastrophe that took away from Christianity millions of followers all over the world who still follow the religion of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and believe in him as a messenger. Allah, may he be the exalted, says, "Never will the Jews nor the Christians be pleased with you, O Muhammad, till you follow their religion. Say, verily, the guidance of Allah, that is the only guidance. And if you were to follow their desires after what you have received of knowledge, then you would have against Allah neither any protector or guardian, nor any helper." Quran, chapter 2, verse 120. And they will never cease fighting you until they turn you back from your religion, if they can. And whosoever of you turns back from his religion and dies as a disbeliever, then his deeds will be lost in this life and in the hereafter, and they will be the dwellers of the fire, they will abide therein forever. Quran, chapter 2, verse 217. Political motives. The kings and princes who participated in the Crusader movement were striving for political aims which they could not hide, either before their arrival in Syria and Palestine, or after they settled in those lands. The feudal system was inherently connected to land, and the bigger the fiefdom and the larger the amount of land, the higher a prince's status in society rose. Under this system, the biggest problem faced by princes and knights was not having any fiefdom or land, for they were then regarded as unimportant and having no influence. Many knights and princes were left without land, because one of the basic principles of this system was the law of primogeniture, in which only the oldest son inherited the fiefdom. When the owner of a fiefdom died, the land passed in its entirety to his oldest son. This meant that the other sons were left without any land, which was a loathsome situation in a feudal society. This led landless knights and princes to seek ways of overcoming this obstacle by finding an heiress to marry, or by means of aggression and war aimed at acquiring land. The Crusader movement opened a new door to this group of princes and knights. They answered the Pope's call and hastened to take part in this movement, in the hope that they would succeed in establishing principalities for themselves in the East, to compensate for what they lacked in the West. As for the knights and princes who owned fiefdoms, they found that taking part in the Crusader movement gave them a good opportunity to attain higher glory and greater status. In our study of sources on the Crusades, we saw that the ambitions of the princes in the first campaign were manifested in many political ways. They started to divide the booty when they were still on their way, before they had actually acquired the booty. We shall see, by Allah's leave, how conflict between them occurred outside Antioch, because each one of them wanted to seize it. How those who managed to make some gains for themselves on the road were content with that, and gave up participating with the other crusaders in the march on Jerusalem, which was the original goal of the campaign. Disputes often arose among them, after they settled there, concerning the rule of a principality or who would take control of a city. To no avail, the papacy tried to intervene to resolve the disputes among princes or to warn them that the Muslims surrounded them and that their duty as crusaders was to cooperate in order to ward off danger from themselves. But these calls fell on deaf ears, because the aims of the princes were selfish and political. They were not greatly concerned about the approval or wrath of the Pope. In fact, some of the princes did not hesitate to make alliances with neighboring Muslim forces against their fellow crusaders, which indicates that the religious motives of those princes were often weak when they conflicted with their political motives. As for the Byzantine Emperor Alexius, he did not object to the aims of the campaign leaders, because if it were possible for the Byzantine state to regain the possessions that they had been lost as the result of Turkish raids, then he would have some Christian principalities on the border as a buffer zone, and Byzantium would have the right of sovereignty over them. In order to guarantee this, the emperor tried to extract an oath of loyalty from the Western princes. Thus, the interests of both Christian sides in launching a war of aggression against the Muslim lands came together. And in fact, it is very difficult to separate the material factors from the spiritual ones which motivated the Christians to launch the Crusades. Poverty and the desire to accumulate wealth, along with the spirit of adventure, were factors which created a suitable atmosphere for war. But these factors only appeared as the result of what really provided the impetus for this holy war and liberation of this land, religious zeal. It is clear that the idea of war stemmed from papal policy, the policies of the Byzantine state, and the Islamo-Spanish wars. One of the factors which made it easy to declare war on the Islamic East was the regular fighting in which the Spanish and French engaged against the Muslims in Andalusia. This fighting had taken on the quality of holy war, both on the part of the Muslims, when the Almoravids in the Maghreb launched a religious jihad, and on the part of the Christians who were living in the atmosphere in which the Crusader campaigns against the East were launched. Even the great historian Ibn al-Athir adopted a comprehensive view of the external danger and regarded any aggression against any part of the Muslim world, whether in the east or in the west, as a small tributary of the same great river. It was organized foreign aggression against the greatest civilized power of the Middle Ages, namely the Islamic State. This is from one angle. From another angle, this historian clearly explains the reasons for the success of this three-pronged attack in Andalusia, Sicily, and Syria and Palestine, which was aimed at exploiting the divisions and attitudes of self-interest that affected the Muslim rulers of the time, for they had lost the spirit of initiative which distinguished the early rulers and Muslims who had built the Islamic State. It was clear to any observer that the Western Church was eager to expand its feudal lands and gain control of the Eastern churches, in addition to its desire to launch a war against the Muslims. One of the facts of religious fanaticism was the existence of religious groups that were directly connected to the Church and which were highly effective in those wars, such as the Knights Hospitalier, who were committed to defending Crusader possessions in the East and protecting the holy places. They had a direct connection with the Pope, and 1/10 of the income of the churches in Jerusalem was allocated to help them to fulfill their so-called religious mission. There were also the Knights Templar, who took as their headquarters part of the Temple of Solomon in Masjid al-Aqsa. The papacy and clergy had the power to influence, pressure, and threaten anyone who did not carry out the wishes of the church by issuing a decree of excommunication, which implied that they would be denied blessing in the hereafter, as they claimed, and were not to be obeyed in this world either. Social motives. European society in the Middle Ages was governed by a distinct class system, dominated by the clergy and a warrior class composed of noblemen and knights. The peasant classes formed the majority, but were oppressed. They labored hard to meet the needs of the first two classes. The European peasant had no control of his destiny. He was required to fulfill many commitments to his feudal lord. The Pope was aware of the situation of the hard-working peasants, so he promised to annul their commitments to their masters and tempted them with the good things of the Islamic East. Thousands of peasants were living a life of misery under the feudal system. They built for themselves hovels of tree branches covered with roofs and mud and straw, with no windows or furniture. Anything that the peasant acquired was regarded as the private property of the feudal master, and he was deprived of any personal possessions. The peasants were weighed down with numerous commitments of service to their feudal masters, in addition to being deprived of whatever they produced. Thus we can see the extent of the misery in which most of the people of Europe were living in the 11th century Common Era. Hence, when the call for the Crusader campaign came, many in this population found an opportunity to free themselves from a harsh life filled with humiliation, and they took the danger of participating in this campaign very lightly, in comparison to the life they were living. If they died during this campaign, they would have salvation, and if they survived, they would have a life that was better than the way they had been living. The Church knew how to play with their minds and instill grudges in their hearts against Islam and the Muslims. They tricked them into believing that they were going to liberate Jerusalem and the Holy Sepulchre, and that they would be blessed by the Lord and by the Pope. Hence there was nothing to deter them from slaughtering and killing. Killing a Muslim was something pleasant to God, for which the Crusader would be rewarded on the Day of Judgment. Economic motives. Avarice for the good things of the Islamic East was the strongest motive for the Crusades, after the religious motive. Pope Urban himself expressed in his sermon the importance of the economic motive with regard to the situation in Europe at that time. He said, "Do not let anything hold you back, because the land that you are residing in now, which is surrounded by sea and mountain tops, is too small for its many inhabitants. It is virtually unable to supply them with enough food, and because of that you are slaughtering and devouring one another. Jerusalem is a land without equal in its crops and produce. It is a veritable paradise of delights." Historical documents indicate that the economic situation in Western Europe at the end of the 11th century Common Era was very poor. France itself suffered a severe famine just before the First Crusade. Hence, the ratio of French people who took part in it was far greater. Situation. This explains the many incidents of plunder and robbery perpetrated by the first campaign against the Christian people, whose lands they passed through. A large number of merchants from Italian, French, and Spanish cities also took part in the crusade for purely exploitative purposes, aiming to seize control of the trade routes for Eastern goods that were a source of great wealth for those who dealt in them. Hence, their fleets played an active role in seizing the main centers in Syria. The Genoese helped the Franks seize Antioch in 490 Hijri, that is 1097 Common Era, and 2 years later, the Venetians helped the Romans seize Jerusalem. The first and last aim of these communities was profit and material gain. Their concern with the religious motive extended only so far as it would help them to achieve their aims. It is sufficient for us to note that the slogan of the Venetians, for which they were known at that time, was "Let us be Venetians first, then let us be Christians." Hence the Italian republics, Genoa, Pisa, and Venice, made contracts with the Crusader rulers in the East, which granted them important economic advantages. End of part 1 of chapter 2. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 2 of Chapter 2. The most important causes of the Crusader invasion. Tipping the balance of power in the Mediterranean. In the middle of the 5th century Hijri, that is 11th century Common Era, the balance of power tipped in favor of Western Europe, the center of the Crusade movement. The weakness of the Byzantine state and the heavy blow it had suffered from the Seljuks made it hasten to seek help from the Western Europe. At the same time, the instability of the Muslim governments in the western part of the Muslim world, especially in Andalusia and Sicily, in turn facilitated the emergence and increase in strength of their enemies. These changes in the balance of power prompted Western Europe to offer the Christian monarchs of Spain help and every means of support in their conflict with the Muslims of Andalusia. This in turn prompted the Almoravids and the Muslims of Sicily to seek help from North Africa, all of which led to a new phase in the Crusader movement in which it took on a distinctly international character. The papacy supported this war with its approval, advice, propaganda, and moral support. This was a crusade which preceded the call of Urban II for the Crusader campaign to the east in 488 Hijri, that is 1095 Common Era. North Africa is counted as one of the theaters of war for the Crusaders, as the North African front was an arena in which hostile Crusader forces were active for many centuries. That is represented in the many campaigns which were launched against the region one after another. The Crusaders did not run out of steam, and failure did not weaken their resolve. Just as the Muslim lands of the Maghreb were the first to feel the sting of European colonialism, so too the lands of the western wing of the Muslim world, including North Africa, were the first to experience the first strikes by the Crusaders. The reason for that is due to a number of geographical and historical factors, among the most important of which was their proximity to Western Europe, which was the center of the Crusader movement, and the relatively good knowledge that the Europeans had of the political, economic, and social situation of the Muslims in this region due to the ease of communication between both sides. In addition, the Europeans felt intense hatred towards the Muslims of the Maghreb, especially since the latter shouldered the burden of jihad in Europe more so than other Muslims, and the Europeans sensed that these people would pose a real danger to them if they became united behind dedicated leadership. For all these reasons, Europe was plotting against the Muslims of this region and preparing to pounce on them. They were just waiting for the right opportunity. This long-awaited opportunity began to present itself in the mid-5th century Hijri, that is the 11th century Common Era, when the western wing of the Muslim world was afflicted with division, which sent it into a downward spiral. The situation of their brothers in the east was no better. This division and disunity is the main reason for the calamity that befell the Muslims in the east and the west alike. How closely today resembles yesterday. Division among the Arabs and Muslims was, and still is, a wide open door through which their enemies are able to strike them in their own homelands. Thus the Crusader forces launched huge campaigns, striking the Muslims on three fronts simultaneously, in Andalusia, Sicily, and North Africa. Andalusia. From the middle of that century, the Andalusian front witnessed a considerable level of activity, which was represented by the launch of a strong and sustained attack by the Spanish Christians, led by the Kingdom of Castile, against the Muslims of Andalusia. Muslim cities and citadels began to fall into Christian hands one after another. They achieved victories over the Muslims in numerous battles, victories which were crowned by the fall of Toledo in 478 Hijri, at the hand of Alfonso IV, King of Castile. This disaster alarmed the entire Muslim world. Because of this ongoing pressure from the Christians of Spain, the Muslims of Andalusia sought support from the Almoravids of North Africa. They sent message after message to this young North African force seeking their help, and when their leader, Yusuf ibn Tashifin, had finished off the armies that were threatening his own state in North Africa, he crossed the sea to Andalusia with a huge army, and met Alfonso IV in the Battle of Sagrajas, that is Al-Zalaka, in 479 Hijri, where the Almoravids and the Andalusians, who were more of an auxiliary force, achieved a great victory, a shining page in the history of Islamic jihad. The Muslim victory in that battle stemmed the tide of Christian expansion for some time, until circumstances were ripe for it to begin again. Sicily. On the Sicilian front, the emergence of the Normans as a new force in international politics was what led to the balance of power in the Western Mediterranean, tipping in favor of Christian forces. As soon as these newcomers found a foothold in the south of Italy, and Robert Guiscard, one of their greatest leaders, obtained the recognition of Pope Nicholas II at the Council of Melfi in 1059 Common Era. He announced his project of directing a blow against the Muslims of Sicily. He was aiming to appease the papacy, which thought that this would achieve its crusader aims on the one hand, and divert the Norman threat from its own possessions on the other. The papacy thus encouraged this venture, and as proof of its support and encouragement, the Pope sent to Guiscard a holy banner, by the blessing of which Guiscard and his troops might attain victory over the Muslims. He stressed that the hoped for victories for the sake of Christ were more important than sending gifts to Rome. The island of Sicily was captured in 484 Hijri, during the reign of Roger I. His forces then pounced on Malta and occupied it in the following year, and began watching for an opportunity to attack North Africa. North Africa. The North African front faced its own share of Crusader aggression at the time due to the actions of a newly emerging force, the Italian city-states. These city-states took advantage of the disappearance of the ancient naval powers, represented by the Islamic and Byzantine fleets, from the waters of the Mediterranean. Their presence had faded away at the beginning of the country, due to both states being distracted by internal problems. The city-states' fleets began to patrol the Mediterranean waters, close to the European shores at first, for fear of the fleet of Muhajjid al-Amiri, ruler of Dinia, which managed to make them freeze their activities for a while. But as soon as the city-states were able to neutralize that danger in the middle of the century, they began to sail the waters of the whole Mediterranean, east and west. These city-states put their naval forces at the service of the Crusaders' aims for the beginning, in order to achieve some gains of their own. With the encouragement of Pope Leo IX, a coalition from Genoa and Pisa seized the Muslim island of Sardinia in 442 Hijri, that is 1063 Common Era, during which they destroyed its walls and port and seized a great deal of booty. As these fleets took part in action on the Sicilian front, they were also involved on the Andalusian front, where they played a role in pursuing the Andalusian Muslims by sea and took their share of booty. A naval siege was imposed on Almeria until the city paid an enormous ransom of 113,000 gold dinars. Valencia was also forced to pay a ransom of 20,000 gold dinars to save itself from pillage. The fleet also attacked the Balearic Islands on several occasions. As a result of this, the Italian naval forces gained control of the Mediterranean waters, which motivated them to embark on further campaigns. They directed their activities against North Africa, which still retained some naval power, to prevent it from offering help to their brethren in Sicily and elsewhere on the one hand, and to achieve the goals of the Crusader movement in North Africa on the other. A huge naval force, composed of the fleets of Genoa and Pisa, supported by a group from the city of Amalfi and another military force that was supplied by the Pope, launched an attack on the city of Al-Mahdiya in 480 Hijri, that is 1087 Common Era, 2 years after the capture of Toledo, and shortly before the complete takeover of Sicily. They succeeded in capturing Al-Mahdiya, with the exception of its citadel. Al-Mahdiya remained under the fleet's control until its ruler, Tamim ibn al-Mu'iz, paid the coalition forces a huge monetary ransom and made a deal with the conquerors, in which Tamim pledged never to intercept Italian ships in North African waters. He also granted them some commercial concessions in his country, as we shall see below. From the above, it is clear that these Crusader attacks directed by the papacy on the western part of the Muslim world from the mid-5th century Hijri that is 11th century Common Era, broke out on three fronts, of which North Africa was one. These attacks were just one facet of the Crusader movement, and confirmed that the Crusades started in the North Africa before the Crusader marched to the east. This fact validates Ibn al-Athir's observations concerning the events of 491 Hijri, as it is clear from the text mentioned that these events were connected, that the force controlling them was one, and that they represent the beginning of the wave of crusades at that stage of the Crusader movement. The Frankish state emerged, began to consolidate its power, and marched towards the Islamic lands, seizing some of them in 478 Hijri. The Franks seized Toledo and other cities in Andalusia. Then, in 484 Hijri, they headed towards Sicily and seized it. They headed towards North Africa, where they seized some regions and some regions were wrested from them. In 490 Hijri, they set out for Syria. Even though most of the Crusader forces headed towards the east, that did not erase the idea of occupying North Africa from their minds. Norman hopes of capturing it remained until that was achieved during the reign of Roger II, when most of the coastline, from Tripoli in the east to the city of Tunis in the west, was seized in 543 Hijri, that is 1148 Common Era. The Crusader wars raged on the North African front at the same time as they were raging on the Eastern front. The Norman presence remained there until Abd al-Mu'min ibn Ali, head of the Almohad state, drove them out of their last stronghold, Al-Mahdiyah, in 555 Hijri, that is 1160 Common Era. At the time when there was a tilt in the balance of power in Muslim North Africa, we see that this contributed to the Islamic resistance in the east during the reign of Nur ad-Din Mahmud Zangi and Salah ad-Din al-Ayubi, as will be explained further. The Byzantine Emperor seeks help from Pope Urban II. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios Komnenos sought help from Pope Urban against the Seljuks. This plea for help was not the first of its kind, for it was preceded by a plea for help from the Emperor Michael VII to Pope Gregory VII after the Battle of Manzikert in 463 Hijri. It is well known that launching a war against the Turks was one of the aims behind the Byzantine call for help. Anatolia was regarded as more important than Jerusalem to the Byzantine state. Hence, when the Byzantine capital came under threat from the Seljuks, the emperor had no choice but to seek help from the West in return for uniting the Eastern and Western churches. Pope Gregory VII sent a satisfactory response to Emperor Michael VII, which was based on both Christian brotherhood and political motives, because whatever army he was going to mobilize would put an end to the division between the two churches and increase papal influence in the East as well as the West. However, the war that broke out between Gregory VII and the Emperor Henry IV, the Holy Roman Emperor, prevented him from going ahead with his plan. When the Emperor Alexios Komnenos succeeded Michael VII, he sent a letter to Pope Urban II and to the senior feudal lords in 478 Hijri, calling on them to send help to save their brethren in the east and to protect Constantinople against the Seljuk threat. Alexios was hoping that the West would send him some mercenary troops, but Urban II did not want to put himself at the service of the Byzantine state. Rather, he wanted the papacy itself to take charge of offering help to the Christians in the East. This change of approach led to the latent Christian world mobilizing a huge army, rather than sending mercenaries who would be subjected to the whims and desires of the princes. This action of the Pope in response to the request of Emperor Michael VII shows the importance of innovative thinking, making the most of opportunities and using available means to serve their plans. We should learn a great deal from this lesson and apply it to Islamic endeavors. This difference in thinking caused a great deal of trouble from the outset, which soured the relationship between the Byzantines and the Crusaders. What is proven historically is that the one who was primarily responsible for the establishment of the Crusader movement was Pope Urban II. He is the one who proclaimed these wars and was supported by the Church in the West. All contemporary Latin historians attribute to him the main role in launching the Crusades. Pope Urban II and his comprehensive plan for the Crusade campaign. Urban II was born in 427 Hijri, that is 1035 Common Era in Châtillon-sur-Marne. His name was Otto de la Guerre, and he studied under Saint Bruno of Cologne, founder of the Carthusian order. In 461 Hijri, that is 1068 Common Era, he became a monk in the monastery of Cluny, near Macon, and joined the service of the influential pope at that time, namely Gregory VII, who had a strong belief in the superiority of the papacy over the empire. Odo was appointed Cardinal Bishop of Ostia in 473 Hijri, that is 1080 Common Era, and he served the church in Germany during the period 477 Hijri, that is 1084 Common Era, to 478 Hijri, that is 1085 Common Era. He supported, in a legitimate fashion, Pope Gregory VII during his conflict with the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV. Urban II was also connected to the Synod's church councils in Saxony, which were held in 478 Hijri, that is 1085 Common Era. When Pope Victor died on 16th December 1087 Common Era in Monte Cassino, Clement III seized control of Rome. Then Urban II was elected Pope after a lengthy delay in Terracina, which is south of Rome near Gaeta. He took on the papal name of Urban II. We may note from the biography of this man that he was characterized by his great energy and the tight control that he exercised over all the regions that were subjected to the influence of the Mother Church. His attitude towards Spain illustrates an important dimension for us. This pope supported the war against the Muslims. When the Spanish managed to subdue some areas that had previously been under the control of their enemies, the Pope hastened to bring them under the influence of the Church of Rome. Undoubtedly, in his support of the war against the Muslims, Urban II was following in the footsteps and following the teachings of Pope Alexander II. This confirms for us an essential fact, which is the existence of an ulterior strategy that the papacy in Rome was carefully executing in the 11th century Common Era, that is 5th century Hijri, regardless of changes and successions, despite the preoccupation of those who came before Urban II with many other matters. The opportunity came to this pope at the Council of Piacenza in Italy in March 1095 Common Era, that is 488 Hijri, when he decided to respond to the call of Emperor Alexios Komnenos. However, at the Council of Piacenza, the Pope failed in his call to launch a crusade against the Muslims in the East. Urban II holds a church council in southern France. Despite the failure of the Council of Piacenza, the Pope did not abandon his stubborn resolve to achieve his goal by all possible means. He went to his original homeland of France to find the support he needed to make the plan he had in mind succeed. This choice is indicative of his particular intelligence, because the conservative and traditional region of southern France was a geographical point of contact with the war that the Spanish had launched against the Muslims in Spain. In addition to the fact that merely suggesting the idea on French soil made immediate success a possibility, because France was the original homeland of the Pope, and he knew the lie of the land. especially since it also had its own history with Islam, namely the Battle of Poitiers, which is known to the Muslims as Balt ash-Shuhad, that happened in 114 Hijri, that is 732 Common Era, in which the Muslims were defeated and the expansion of Islam was halted and prevented from going beyond the Pyrenees. By analyzing the speech that the Pope delivered at the Council of Clermont, we will understand that all these aspects were present in the mind of this sharp-witted, strong-willed man who had been raised in the strict Carthusian monastic order. Whatever the case, the Pope headed towards Clermont in southern France and held a church council there. On the 10th day of the council, which dealt with numerous issues of concern to the Church, the Pope delivered a speech of utmost importance to his audience. That occurred on 27th November, 1095 Common Era. End of Part 2 of Chapter 2. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 3 of Chapter 2. The most important causes of the Crusader invasion. Pope Urban II's speech. The speech that was given by Pope Urban II at the religious council in Clermont in 488 Hijri, that is 1095 Common Era, had a profound impact on the Christians who had gathered for this council. It inflamed their zeal and affected them in a way which the historian Gustave Le Bon described in his book La Civilisation des Arabes as an acute fit of insanity. The Pope said, O race of Franks, O race chosen and beloved of God, from the confines of Jerusalem and the city of Constantinople, a horrible tale has gone forth, namely that an accursed race, a race utterly alienated from God, has transgressed and spread evil in that land, the land of the Christians in the East. They have overturned the holy altars, plundered the churches, and destroyed them and burned them. They have led away a part of the captives into their own country, and a part they have destroyed by cruel tortures. They have defiled the holy places with their uncleanness. The kingdom of the Greeks, that are the Byzantines, is now dismembered by them and deprived of territory so vast in extent that it cannot be traversed in a march of 2 months. On whom therefore is the labor of avenging these wrongs and of recovering this territory incumbent, if not upon you? You, upon whom above other nations God has conferred remarkable glory in arms, great courage, bodily activity, and strength to humble the hairy scalp of those who resist you. Let the deeds of your ancestors move you and incite your minds to manly achievements, the glory and greatness of Charlemagne and of your other kings. Let the holy sepulchre of the Holy Christ, our Lord and Saviour, which is possessed by unclean nations, especially incite you, and the holy places which are now treated with ignominy and irreverently polluted with their filthiness. Let none of your possessions detain you, no solicitude for your family affairs, since this land which you inhabit, shut in on all sides by the seas and surrounded by the mountain peaks, is too narrow for your large population, nor does it abound in wealth, and it furnishes scarcely food enough for its cultivators. Hence, It is that you murder one another, that you wage war, and that frequently you perish by mutual wounds. Let therefore hatred depart from among you. Let your quarrels end. Let wars cease, and let all dissensions and controversies slumber. Enter upon the road to the holy sepulchre. Wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves. Jerusalem is a land fruitful above others, like another paradise of delights. The great city which is situated at the center of the world is calling for your help. Get up and save it. Undertake this journey willingly for the remission of your sins, with the assurance of the imperishable glory of the kingdom of heaven. These inspiring words spoken by Pope Urban II had a profound effect on the hearts of the Christians who were gathered there. After the Pope had finished his speech, the people present were reported to have shouted as one man, "God wills it." Hardly had Urban II finished his speech, but Bishop Adhemer de Montail stood up and bowed before the Pope, and sought his permission to join this holy campaign. This moving scene stirred the hearts of the people present, who rushed in their hundreds to bow before the Pope like Adhemer. With unprecedented zeal, they took up the cross and all swore to save the holy city. A contemporary historian, Robert the Monk, commented on this. What a large number of people of all ages, from all classes, took up the cross during the Council of Clermont, and swore to save the holy city. Their number reached 300,000. As a result of Adhemar's zealous attitude, Urban II appointed him as his personal representative and deputy to make it clear to all that the campaign was under the auspices of the Church and under his direct supervision. Conclusions to be drawn from Pope Urban II's speech. Dr. Muhammad M. Awad has undertaken in-depth research on the Crusades, making use of European source documents. He analyzed the Pope's speech based on the texts of four contemporary historians, namely Fulcher of Chartres, Robert the Monk, Guibert du Nogent, and Balderic of Dole. It is thought that Fulcher of Chartres was one of those actually present at the Council of Clermont. Generally speaking, it is possible to compare the texts that are narrated in the books of these four historians in order to discern the essence of what the Pope declared in his famous speech. By comparing these texts, Dr. Awad reached the following conclusions. A. The Pope addressed his words to the Frankish race in order to focus on the ethnic or racial dimension. He explained that God had favored them with the location of their land and their Catholic faith, and he tried to highlight the historical dimension by referring to the glories of Charles Martel and Charlemagne, and the great services they had rendered to Christianity in a manner that reflected the importance of this historical imperative in the formation of this great historical phenomenon. B. The Pope pointed out that there was regrettable and disturbing news coming from the East, which said that an accursed race, a race that was utterly alienated from God and had never turned its hearts and souls towards God, meaning the Seljuk Turks, had slaughtered the Eastern Christians and turned the churches into stables for their horses, and that the blood of those Christians was crying out to the Christians of the West to save them from the oppression of their infidel enemies. The Pope strove to stir up his listeners' greed for the wealth of the East. He explained that land in Western Europe, especially in France, had become too small for its population, and asked the people to go to the East, to the land of Canaan which was flowing with milk and honey. This makes it indubitably clear that there was an economic dimension to the Crusades, and that it was clearly proclaimed from the outset. C. The Pope promised that whoever took arms and headed towards the East would be forgiven his sins. In other words, he was offering them the forgiveness of the Church. If a man was martyred in pursuit of this goal, then he would be regarded as one of the righteous Christian martyrs. All of this points to an important incentive during an era in which religious fervor and emotion were prevalent in the Christian European world. D. The Pope referred to Jerusalem as an earthly paradise in the center of the world, which had witnessed the birth of Christ and been purified by his death. He told his listeners that it was calling upon them to save it from the control of its infidel occupiers. I would like to affirm here that this city represented a prominent idea of central importance in order to stir up the religious sentiments of the Pope's audience. In most of the texts that have come down to us concerning this speech, we find that Jerusalem occupies a prominent and pivotal place, which is quite logical on the basis of its status and religious significance. It also represented the collective dream of Christian pilgrimage at that time. E. The Pope was eager to support his speech with a number of biblical texts in order to stir up the religious sentiments of his listeners, or perhaps to lend sanctity to his speech, especially since the phrases of the Bible were part of the common European consciousness at that time. For example, the texts from the Gospel of Matthew which say, "He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Matthew chapter 10, verse 37. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. Matthew chapter 10, verse 38. F. Pope Urban II had a certain order of priorities. This pope was very skillful in presenting some of his ideas whilst at the same time concealing others. He focused on the issue of Jerusalem so as to present a single path on which the West could march without hesitation, and a single goal that he could present to his contemporaries through the oneness of the religious institution that was propagating it, as represented in the papacy. To this aim, no mention was made in his speech of his great ambition to unite the churches and subjugate the Church of Constantinople to the control of the Mother Church in Rome. Similarly, no mention was made of the goal of Christianization, which was a major aim of the papacy by means of the proposed enterprise. The reason for this covertness may be that the papacy realized that there were priorities in presenting the enterprise that should not be overlooked, and that the unity of the Christian world depended on not listing and announcing too many goals at once, lest that led to confusion from the outset. It may be noted here that the language used by the Pope in this speech was aimed at concealing other goals. After the enterprise succeeded and the main religious Christian symbol, namely Jerusalem, was captured, we find, in examples that are too numerous to mention, the other goals expressed clearly and frankly. This clearly indicates that this influential religious establishment decided to achieve its aims step by step and not all in one go. This is what was most cunning about the entire enterprise in my view. This idea was never far from the mind of Pope Urban II, because he was the engineer of this project and its main sponsor. In fact, the speech that the Pope gave at the Council of Clermont was of great historical importance. We have never heard before in the history of medieval Europe of any speech that was as expressive of its era as this speech, or of any speech that motivated the European masses to move from their original homelands to the East at such a level as contemporary sources tell us happened. Hence, we cannot regard it as being an ordinary type of speech. Rather, it is more akin to a declaration of a medieval world war on the part of Western Europe against the Muslim East. This is not an attempt to exaggerate or pass unfair judgment. Rather, it is on the basis of historical evidence of what took place subsequent to this speech. It was reported that immediately after the Pope had concluded his speech, the people shouted with one voice, "God wills it." This was the Christian call to fight Islam and its followers. They took the cross as their symbol, hence they were called Crusaders, ultimately derived from the Latin word for cross, crux. D. Pope Urban II focused on presenting an enterprise that held universal appeal. He managed to unite all the peoples of Europe in this general enterprise, despite the fact that these peoples' languages, local customs, and interests differed greatly. But the idea of the Crusades, which united the masses of Western Europe, could not have succeeded if it had not been in harmony with the social dynamics. This harmony between thought and reality, between the moral justification for the war and social dynamics, is what created the ideology that motivated the European masses to act within its framework. At the popular level, the people's way of thinking in Western Europe in the 11th century was in line with papal policy and the idea of holy war to some extent, because a religious revival had begun in Europe at the beginning of that century. At the end of the first millennium after Christ, there was in Western Europe a wave of guilty feelings and a desire to repent. The sense of sin was particularly profound in Western Christian. In fact, anyone who reads the sources of 11th century Western European history will not be able to overlook the persistence of people in that era in seeking to guarantee for themselves forgiveness for their sins. This stemmed from millennial feelings that controlled people's consciences and minds, and the expectation that Judgment Day was at hand. Itinerant preachers spread throughout Western Europe, urging people to renounce the world, repent, and imitate the life of poverty led by the disciples. In the midst of all this religious fervor that dominated Western societies, feelings of hatred and fanaticism towards the followers of other religions, and even against the followers of churches other than the Catholic Church, were prevalent. There is strong evidence of this in the epic poem called the Chanson d'Antioche, which truthfully reflects the spirit of vengeance that was widespread in Catholic society against the doomed idolaters, as they called them. This poem not only regards the Muslims as a nation that is hostile to Christ, but this description is applied to all of those who do not believe in the doctrine of the Catholic Church. Thus, it represents popular European thought in the 11th century. This popular thinking was itself one of the features of the general ideology that produced the Crusader movement. The success of Urban II is reflected in the fact that his speech in which he called for a crusade was like a focal point in which all the ideas which represented the ideological framework of the social dynamics of the West were combined despite the differences in languages, customs, and traditions. Thus, the response of the masses to the Pope at Clermont was not merely a reaction to his eloquence. It was an expression of the listeners' joy at an enterprise which touched on their hopes. The Holy War served as an astonishing cover under which everyone could proceed to secure the achievement of their worldly dreams and hope of salvation in the hereafter. We could quote dozens of phrases which appear in the historical sources and contemporary literature which describe the Crusaders as knights of Christ, men of Christ, those who formed the army of Christ, the holy people, the people of the Lord. These are all expressions which indicate that the idea of a Crusader war was well entrenched in people's minds, and that they were fully convinced that by taking part in this campaign, they were not doing so in response to any person, not even the Pope himself, but they were obeying the Lord. The Pope's consultation following his speech. Urban II met with the Christian clergy and consulted them about mobilizing official and popular resources in order to attack the Muslims. He met with his bishops and as a result of this consultation meeting, they issued the following decrees. Anyone who had committed a punishable crime could be spared the punishment if he took part in this holy war. All wealth, whether land or possessions, that the warrior left behind when he went to the Holy Land would come under the protection of the Church during his absence, and would be returned in full when the warrior came home. Every participant in the campaign must wear the sign of the cross. Anyone who took up the cross must fulfill the promise to travel to Jerusalem. If he changed his mind, he would be excommunicated. Every city that was saved from the infidel Muslims was to be returned to the church. Every individual must be prepared to leave his homeland on the feast of the Virgin. The armies should meet in Constantinople. The Pope sent his bishops with these decrees to convey them to the kings of the Christian world and the princes in the West. The Crusader Propaganda Campaign. The speech of Urban II ushered in a new phase of great importance, namely the phase of Crusader propaganda. This was propaganda based on the movement of individuals to numerous locations, addressed to different sectors of society, and which played an effective role in the success of this enterprise. It may be noted that propaganda for the First Crusade, in particular, were made with the utmost brilliance and precision from the time the speech was given. To this end, an army of preachers was mobilized, whose aim was to expand the call to people of different mentalities so as to address all sectors of European society, each according to its mentality. After the Council of Clermont, Urban II traveled to the cities of Tours, Bordeaux, and Nimes, and he spent 9 months promoting this new enterprise. He also sent numerous letters to promote the Crusader cause, including those that he sent to all the Christian believers in Flanders, Bologna, Pisalie, Sardinia, Roussillon, and Empurias. It may be noted that these letters cannot be separated from the role of the Pope in the Council of Clermont, as they were indeed a continuation of his role as propagator of the Crusades. The organized mentality of Urban II. It may be noted that the letters sent by the Pope to promote his Crusader enterprise offer us a number of details which do not appear in the speech of Clermont, including his approval of the role of the papal legate Adhemar, Bishop of Lupuy, and the obligation to obey his commands as if they came from the Pope himself. It was also stated that monks and priests were not permitted to go to the East unless they had permission from their bishops, and the abbots of monasteries were also forbidden to go. This was aimed at avoiding rebellion and chaos. We should realize that the extant documentary sources show us this precise, organized mentality of Urban II. Hence we see that he had a comprehensive vision of the Crusader enterprise, at that early stage at least, and he was very keen to advise those who were going to take part in the journey to the East of the necessity of blind obedience to his commands and the commands of their direct supervisors. We also sense that the Pope insisted on the idea of uniting the Christian world. It is as if what was happening to the Christians in the East, according to the biased claims of the Europeans, was a matter of the utmost concern to the inhabitants of Western Europe, and that the help of the Franks and others for the Eastern Christians was an important part of their duties as Christians. Whatever the case, the natural outcome of the organizing, planning, and propaganda role played by the Pope and senior clergy was the commencement of the Crusades. What helped them with this enterprise was choosing the right time for war. Peter the Hermit. Peter the Hermit was moved by the speech of Pope Urban II, and he had a powerful impact on people. He rode a donkey, traveling from one city to another. He traveled barefoot, wearing coarse clothing. The historian Robert the Monk said concerning him, "This Peter was the pioneer of the Crusades. He superseded the priests and bishops in piety, and refrained from eating bread and meat. Rather, he lived on fish and did not permit himself more than a little ale and coarse food." Despite the rough appearance of Peter the Hermit and his disheveled state, he had a strange power that stirred the zeal of men and women, and attracted the masses to him. He was able to attract nearly 15,000 followers among the poor who followed him from one country to another with great fervor, despite the fact that most of them did not know anything about the use of weapons or horsemanship, nor had they ever taken part in battle before. But they were influenced by the impassioned words of Peter the Hermit and his appearance, which made them rush to follow him with overwhelming enthusiasm, without thinking of any other possibilities. His fiery speeches were accompanied by weeping, wailing, and heaping curses upon the infidels, and the promise of the Lord's forgiveness for those who were marching to save the sepulchre of Christ. His imaginative eloquence stirred people's hearts. We would like to point out that the preachers who played a role similar to that of Peter the Hermit in propagating and promoting the Crusades numbered in the hundreds and thousands. People were moved by these preachers. The historian Balderic, who lived at the time of these events, noted that some of the Christian masses drew the sign of the cross on their chests, using branding irons, in an outward show of their zeal and to delude others that this sign had come to them by miraculous means. Thus they all began preparing to go to the holy places in Palestine after hearing these words, and most of them sold their possessions in order to equip themselves for the journey, hoping to erase their sins and earn God's approval. Parents were happy to see their children leaving, and wives rejoiced when they saw their husbands preparing to set out. This universal zeal was unprecedented, and their conviction of the lightness of their cause was strong, as great as the joy was of those who left their countries to join the first crusade. The regret and sorrow of those who did not go out on that campaign was just as great. The Muslims are unaware of what is being planned for them. The Islamic State at the time of the Umayyads had an intelligence system that was able to penetrate the ranks of their opponents on both the local and international levels. The spies of Muawiyah were able to penetrate the Byzantine court. When it comes to the Abbasid state, however, we do not see in the Islamic sources any record of any fiery speech delivered by the Abbasid or Fatimid caliphs in reaction to the speech of Urban II, or at least sense that the Muslims were aware of what had occurred at the Council of Clermont and afterwards. Perhaps the reason for that has to do with the fact that both the Abbasid and Fatimid states were preoccupied with the conflict between themselves, and the attempts of each to overpower the other and gain dominance. They remained profoundly unaware until the first Crusader campaign actually reached Syria. This may be supported by what is mentioned by Ibn al-Qalanisi, in which he stated that news of the crusade did not reach the Muslims in Syria until 490 Hijri, that is 1097 Common Era. He writes, "News concerning this plot against Islam arrived and caused great anxiety and fear. Despite that, the only Muslim reaction which appeared just before the Crusaders reached Syria came from the Seljuks in Asia Minor, when they managed easily to destroy the first part of the Crusader forces, which was a campaign of the masses known as the People's Crusade, as well as defending their possessions in Asia Minor, as we shall see further, inshallah. The Crusaders were moving under qualified leadership, with a clear goal, great energy, and careful deliberation, using the power of rhetoric to influence people and using various factors, economic, social, and religious, to motivate the people of Western Europe. The spiritual status of the Pope was also effective in motivating armies to move eastwards. The Pope mobilized all available resources for this enterprise. End of part 3 of chapter 2. End of chapter 2. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 1 of Chapter 3. The beginning of the First Crusade. After the speech of Urban II at Clermont in France, in which he called for a Crusader war, he ordered his clergymen to go back to their countries and preach war, and they made great efforts in doing so. The natural outcome of the propaganda campaign launched by the Pope and those whom he trusted was the launch of the First Crusade, which had two parts: 1. The campaign of the masses, and 2. The campaign of the princes. The First Crusade in both aspects attracted a great deal of unprecedented attention from contemporary historians, whether they were Latin, Byzantine, or Muslim, as well as from modern historians who specialize in the study of the Crusades. The reason for that may be the serious consequences that resulted from that campaign in particular, as it led to the establishment of Crusader principalities in the East, some of which lasted as long as 2 centuries. The Crusader campaign was successful to a large extent in establishing 4 Latin principalities. 1. In the headwaters of the Euphrates at Edessa. 2. In northern Syria at Antioch. 3. On the Syrian coast at Tripoli. 4. In the heart of Palestine at Jerusalem. In addition, there were 4 major seigniories: Sidon, Jaffa, Ascalon, and Galilee, and 12 smaller territories that were given to their owners by the Crusader kings in return for their loyalty and obedience. These were Arsuf, Hebron, Daram, Caesarea, Nablus, Bethsan, Haifa, Toron, that is Tibnin, Banyas, Hasankaf, Lod, and Beirut. It is worth mentioning that this success was due to a number of factors, including the following. 1. Lack of political unity in the Muslim world. 2. Contest for power within the Seljuk dynasty. 3. Presence of the Rafidi in Fatimid state. 4. The role of the Christians who were living in Greater Syria. 5. The attitude of some of the Arab Emirates towards the Crusader attack. 6. The role of the unorthodox Rafidi Batini Ismaili movement in putting obstacles in the path of the jihad against the Crusaders. 7. The spread of the unorthodox Shiite doctrine and speculative theological ideas, Shiite Rafidi and Batini ideas. 8. The decline in economic prosperity prior to the Crusader attack. 9. Weakness of the Byzantine state. 10. Military experience of the Frankish knights. 11. Continual European reinforcements for the Crusader campaign. 12. Political tyranny and its effects on religion and life. And 13. Preoccupation of the Muslim scholars with arguing over minor issues of fiqh. Crusader strategy after occupation. The occupying Frankish forces, which were able and made plans to live in a strange environment, had no choice but to adopt a number of strategies that could be developed further in order to maintain their occupation for a long time. These strategies included the following: A. As much as possible, and by all available means, maintaining one of the most important means of their success, which was keeping the surrounding Islamic forces divided as much as possible, because that would cancel out the possibility of the Muslims confronting them with one united force. For that reason, they strove continuously from the outset to occupy regions of strategic importance, which served the purpose of isolating the Islamic regions and preventing the Muslim forces from uniting. This involved occupying Edessa, in Arabic Ar-Ruha, so as to prevent contact between Iraq and Syria. Later on, they took control of southern regions of Syria such as Iraq, in present-day Jordan, and Ash-Shobak, also in present-day Jordan, known to the Crusaders as Montreal or Mons Regalis, with the aim of preventing communication between Egypt and Syria. This approach made use of the geographical features of the land. On the human level, the Crusaders were eager to support ethnic and sectarian divisions in the surrounding Muslim areas, using a carrot and stick approach and a policy of forming alliances with some groups against others, which was aided to a large extent by the hostility that existed between Shiites and Sunnis. They were also aided by the presence of Christian minorities, some of whom the Crusaders were able to exploit by forming alliances with them and conspiring with them against the neighboring Muslims. B. The occupying Crusader forces concentrated on regions which guaranteed secure communication with their headquarters in Western Europe. Hence, they focused on occupying the Levantine coast in order to secure that, and they avoided seizing interior regions as much as possible for fear of losing this advantage, and so that they would not be besieged by Islamic forces, based on the assumption and fear that these forces might unite later on, which would put them in jeopardy and lead to their defeat. C. The Crusader forces strove to form treaties with other forces that would be able to help them at various stages, either because of the latter's enmity towards the Muslims around them, or because of their desire to gain economic advantages. In this context, we may note these treaties began with Byzantium, then with some of the Italian city-states, and finally the possibility of forming alliances with the Mongol forces, which posed the greatest danger to the Islamic regions. D. From the outset, the Crusader forces in the Muslim East were eager to find a solution to the demographic problems that they faced in the East, in contrast to Muslim density. The Crusader forces dealt with this problem in different ways and by different means, which were open to development depending on the circumstances. For example, they followed a policy of killing or expelling Muslims in the regions that they occupied. Then they followed different methods at subsequent stages to preserve the Muslim population, if that served their interests. At the same time, they worked to attract migrants to the regions under Crusader dominance, either from Western Europe or Armenia, or from Christian communities in the Islamic regions. They also resorted to militarizing Crusader society, so as to create a society of all groups and classes that would be able to offer military service to deal with the demographic shortfall. Nothing is more indicative of that than the fact that religious groups in Crusader society at all stages were the most well-trained and equipped in the military field, such as the Knights Templar and Hospitalier. E. The Crusader forces built military fortifications based on their own experience or by imitating the expertise that they found in the Muslim regions. Attention was paid to make these fortifications like early warning systems that were able to keep watch on Muslim movements. So great care was taken in selecting locations opposite important Muslim gathering places or in areas that could threaten Muslim interests, such as those that were built near trade routes. F. The Crusaders relied, as they learned from their experience of war with the Muslims, on using methods of rapid warfare. This did not require large numbers of troops, and at the same time was aimed at specific targets within a carefully selected time frame, such as attacking agricultural areas at harvest time, which did not require a large military force, but at the same time was capable of inflicting a great deal of harm on the Muslims. G. The Crusaders also adopted a policy of making truces and offering some concessions to some Muslim groups so that they could focus on fighting other Muslim groups. This policy was successful during the period of Muslim division. It even led to them choosing to interfere in favor of one side against another, either as the result of a crusader offer of help or a request for help on the part of one or other Muslim side. H. The Crusaders resorted to various means to keep the spirit of war strong in Western Europe, so as to guarantee the continuation of Crusader campaigns and to offer help and support to the Crusader entities in the East. They paid a great deal of attention to keeping communication channels with Europe open, which guaranteed human reinforcements and continual material supplies. The kings of Europe felt a great responsibility towards the Crusader kingdoms in the East, and they were committed to supporting and defending them. I. With the passage of time, the Crusaders adopted a strategy based on the idea that guaranteeing their presence in Greater Syria depended on seizing control of Egypt or eliminating it from the conflict by whatever means necessary. Thus, we see that some later Crusader campaigns were directed primarily against Egypt. Researchers of the Crusades have found that they achieved some successes in this regard, taking advantage of the hostility that sometimes arose between the rulers of Egypt and certain Syrian regions. J. Some Crusader parties resorted to carrying out military attacks with the aim of striking at Muslim morale and threatening Muslim holy places, as happened in the case of expeditions in which some forces aimed to transgress against the holy places in the Hijaz. They also targeted some essential economic and religious facilities, as when they threatened trade routes and Hajj caravans. On some occasions, this role was played by the principalities of Iraq and Montreal, a shobak which belonged to the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. The Crusader kingdoms, the papacy that supported them, and some of the clergy and thinkers worked to develop new strategies as a result of the failure of the military strategy, using methods other than military ones. This was based on the propagation of Christianity and the call for increased missionary activities among Muslims. We are not discussing the success or failure of this strategy. Rather, our concern is to point out that this was one of the alternatives that the Franks tried to use in order to achieve their goals. The Crusaders presented themselves as defenders of Christianity in the East, regardless of their sectarian differences, so they were portrayed as having come to save Byzantium from the Muslim Seljuk danger. They also depicted their march to the Islamic regions as having the aim of liberating the Eastern Christians from the Islamic yoke, guaranteeing as a result that they would help the Armenians and Syrians as they began to take control of Muslim regions. But this was a temporary strategy which began to diminish with the passage of time. Moreover, they formed alliances with deviant Islamic sects such as the Batini movements. Along these strategies were followed, in general, by all the Crusaders. That did not prevent some commanders from following some temporary strategies that were specific to particular circumstances, which means that some of these principalities probably adopted policies that went against the general principles. From examining these strategies, it seems to us that the success of the Muslim forces in resisting the Crusader threat may be measured by the extent to which they adopted strategies and used means that mitigated the danger posed by the Crusaders' strategies, either by adopting opposing strategies or by preventing the Crusaders from implementing their strategies in actuality. This may be noted from the development of the Muslim reactions to the Crusader challenge, starting at the time of Imad ad-Din and Nur ad-Din Zangi, up to the time of Salah ad-Din al-Ayubi, and finally the achievements of the Mamluk state. But it should not be understood from this that this development in the Muslim reaction during the time of the Zangids, Ayubids, and Mamluks always took place within a positive framework. Rather, what happened sometimes was that the Muslim side, or some of its forces or individuals, contributed to the success of the Crusader strategies. Resistance movement during the Seljuk period. The shock of the fall of Jerusalem woke many Islamic scholars, judges, and rulers from their slumber, and they realized the seriousness of the invasion after it began to threaten their existence and position in the cities of those lands, above and beyond the threat to Muslim lands and Islamic beliefs. Hence, the Islamic scholars and judges of Syria in Damascus, Aleppo, and Tripoli hastened to seek help from the central authorities in Baghdad and the local rulers, knowing that they possessed the military strength that was capable of confronting this invasion. But the response of the Islamic scholars and judges of Syria to the Crusader invasion was not limited to seeking help and support. It went further than that and included many other means, such as writing treatises about jihad against the invasion, so as to prepare an intellectual framework and educate the Muslims in general, as it attracted a great deal of attention from the Islamic scholars and scholars before and during the Crusader invasion. The need of the hour was for an intellectual mobilization that would spread Islamic teachings. This became essential at a time when Syria was involved in political, sectarian, and military conflicts, conflicts which are reflected in the history books about the Islamic East. As a result, many biographies of rulers, king, and ruling families were written, as well as books about conflict with the Crusaders. Hence, a number of Islamic scholars and judges hastened to enlighten Muslim societies, and from their works we can see that there were two groups. The first group focused on writing and preaching in a traditional manner, explaining issues and principles of Islam to the people. The second group focused on urging the people to fight and writing about the topic of jihad. They urged Muslims to get involved because they were aware of the general weakness of the Muslim faith and their negligence concerning matters of religion. Hence, many books were written before and during the Crusader invasion of the Levant. What concerns us here is the books of the Islamic scholars who urged an Islamic jihad and sought to mobilize Muslims and teach them about their religion so that they could resist that invasion. Among the most prominent of these Islamic scholars was the juristic scholar Ali ibn Tahir as-Sulami, 431 to 500 Hijri, 1039 to 1106 Common Era. His full name was Ali ibn Tahir ibn Jafar al-Qaisi as-Sulami at-Tamashqi ash-Shafi'i. He was a Syrian scholar who, as a result of that invasion, became a preacher and promoter of jihad, giving speeches and lessons in the mosques, traveling from one mosque to another throughout Syria and Palestine. His efforts are embodied in this book, Al-Jihad, which he wrote following the fall of Jerusalem in 492 Hijri, that is 1098 Common Era, and in one of his speeches in which he urges the Muslims to wage jihad against this invasion. In the first chapters of his book, Al-Sulami focuses on a number of important circumstances and issues which Syria and the Muslim world were facing at that time. He starts with a discussion of the general Crusader policy which targeted Andalusia, Sicily, and Syria. He was also the first to point out the unified goal of the Crusader wars, encompassing their attacks on Andalusia, Sicily, and Syria, an idea which was adopted and developed further by subsequent historians. Ibn al-Athir wrote, "The Frankish state began to grow stronger and set out for the Muslim world, capturing some of it in 478 Hijri, when they seized Toledo and other cities in Andalusia. Then, in 484 Hijri, they targeted the island of Sicily and gained possession of it. In 490 Hijri, they set out for Syria." As-Sulami realized the weakness and division of the Muslim world, and that its disunity, not the strength of the Crusaders themselves, was the main factor for the success of the Crusaders in both the western and eastern wings of the Muslim world. He focused on the political divisions in Greater Syria in particular, because he lived there and was pained by what he saw of its people's reluctance to engage in jihad. As-Sulami reminded the Muslims of the idea of continuing jihad at times of war and peace, as part of a general policy that the Muslim rulers and caliphs should adopt as an essential condition of a successful confrontation. Every year, the Muslim ruler should lead an expedition outside the Muslim territory, not to satisfy greed or to seek booty, but to protect the Muslim land from the aggression of non-Muslims, and to make them realize and fear Muslim strength on a continual basis, as an embodiment of the idea which in modern times as describing as taking the war to the enemy in his own land. As-Sulami reminded the Muslim rulers that this invasion was not only aimed at Muslim lands and faith, it was also aimed at removing them from power and expelling them from the land that was under their authority. His aim was to stir them up and urge them to engage in jihad, as they were following the example of the righteous Muslim predecessors in confronting this turmoil, and by this to expel the Crusaders. Anyone who reads As-Sulami's book about jihad will immediately understand the depths of the pain and suffering felt by this Muslim scholar who saw the sanctity of Jerusalem being violated and transgressed. Hence, the first thing he urged was rescuing Jerusalem from the hands of the invaders. Strive, may Allah have mercy on you in that jihad, so that you might be victorious by means of Allah's support. As-Sulami is regarded as the first to have realized the importance of a united jihad between Syria, Iraq, and the cities of Asia Minor, before the Muslims united against the Crusaders under the leadership of the Zengids and Ayubids. In this field, he is regarded as one of the pioneers. As-Sulami called upon Muslims to purify their souls and reform themselves, because this is the basis of Islamic unity, and to resolve to persist in fighting this invasion. Give precedence to jihad over your own ego before jihad against your enemies, for your egos are more harmful to you than your enemies. Force your ego to refrain from what it is doing in disobedience towards its creator. Then you may gain what you are hoping for in terms of Allah's support against them. The Crusader invasion of Syria from As-Sulami's point of view did not come out of nowhere. He realized that the Muslims were weak because they were not adhering to the religion of Allah. Hence he strove to advise them to turn back to Allah and purify their souls, to come back to the book of Allah, that is the Quran, to give up the sins that they had been committing, and to take steps towards jihad. Let your aim in jihad be to please your Lord and to defend yourselves and your brothers, so that Allah may grant you reward for your jihad. But that cannot be achieved while we watch the progress of the Crusader invasion, in which they have captured many cities, unless we hasten to confront them and protect the cities that have not fallen into their hands, mobilizing and heading towards the cities that they have captured from us is nothing less than a war in which we are defending ourselves, our children, our wives, and our wealth, and guarding the land that is still in our hands. As-Sulami's call to the Muslims was a general call to unite the Muslim forces, Syrian, Mesopotamian, and Egyptian. He advised them to follow a methodology of purifying their souls, forgiving one another and embarking on jihad so that they could achieve their goal of defeating the invaders, as he thought that if the Muslim rulers could not forget their grudges and differences, then they were still following a path of Jadiliyyah, and were not following the wise saying which stemmed from their Islamic heritage. At times of hardships, grudges disappear. In many places in his book Al-Jihad, As-Sulami urged, incited, exhorted, and warned, and he addressed the rulers in particular regarding the necessity of jihad in the speeches and lessons that he delivered in the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus and in the cities of Syria and Palestine. He did not omit any minute detail that had to do with jihad, but he discussed it. We may note that in his book As-Sulami discussed and highlighted the divisions and splits in the Muslim East, especially in Syria, which had weakened and fragmented the Muslim forces and had weakened the belief in the obligatory nature of jihad, which is something that the invaders took advantage of. He dealt with this problem by discussing the importance of purifying the soul, returning to adherence to the religion of Allah, setting things straight with one another, and embarking on jihad to confront the invasion. He pointed out that this could not be achieved unless the Muslim forces were united. Hence his book Al-Jihad spoke in terms. It was not addressed only to specific political leaders or certain groups in Syria, for example. Rather, it was in accordance with a clear Islamic vision that was based on strong and authentic references in the Quran and the Sunnah, and in books of biography and military campaigns of early Islam, connecting its subject matter with the Crusader threat to Syria. The way in which he compiled information and quoted it in the right context is indicative of the extent of his far-sightedness and deep insight. Our research has shown that the first call to jihad was not issued by the rulers. Instead, it came from the Muslim scholars of Islamic jurisprudence and the ulama, from teachers, scholars, jurists, and writers. As-Sulami is regarded as one of the first to urge a jihad. He was part of the current of popular Islamic resistance, which was supported by Islamic scholars and judges. As-Sulami wrote his book at an early stage in this war, which is indicative of his intelligence and acumen in understanding the complex problems faced by Syria. Even though general circumstances were not conducive to the success of his call to jihad, at that early stage in particular, his book was a contribution to paving the way for the Zangid and Ayubid phases. Professor Ramadan Hussain Ashawish undertook a study and commentary on As-Sulami's book Al-Jihad, which he presented as a master's thesis at Al-Fateh University in Tripoli, Libya, in 1992 Common Era. Islamic scholars and judges participate in physical jihad. One of the most prominent examples of an Islamic scholar's participation in the regular army and on the battlefield, so as to demonstrate the ideal state of belief in jihad and defending one's land and oneself, was that of Abu Muhammad Abdullah ibn Mansur. He was known as Ibn Sulayha, the judge, Qazi, of the fortress of Jablah, who became the ruler of that fortress after the death of his father Mansur in 495 Hijri, that is 1100 Common Era. He had great military experience because he loved the soldierly life and had chosen his troops and proven his good character. The talents of this ruler judge were manifested when the Franks besieged the fortress of Jablah in an attempt to capture it in 494 Hijri, that is 1100 Common Era. Initially, he used what is now known as psychological warfare, when he came up with a brilliant plan to spread fear in the ranks of the Frankish forces. He pretended that the Sultan Barki Yaruk was headed towards Syria, coming to his aid, which made the Franks worry, and fear spread throughout their ranks and caused them to withdraw. When the Franks realized that this was really a trick, they came back and besieged the city again, but the judge repeated his trick in a different manner, spreading a rumor among the Crusader ranks that this time the Egyptians were coming to fight them and help them, so they ended their siege of the fortress. It seems that the Franks did not have sufficient information about the state of the fortress or of the number of troops that the Qazi had. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned the siege on these two occasions. The Franks quickly realized that this was a case of psychological warfare, and what the aim of it was, and they returned and besieged the fortress for a third time in Shaban of 494 Hijri. But the Qadi realized that the Franks had figured out his old tactics, so he resorted to a new way of resisting the Franks. He worked out a deal with the Christians who were in the fortress, agreeing that they would send a Christian delegation to the Franks to work out terms of surrendering the fortress to them, in which the Franks would send some of their knights to take over the fortress. They were to send 300 of their most prominent and bravest knights. The Franks agreed to that, but it appears that Ibn Sulayha had set a trap for them. The Frankish warriors kept climbing up the rope, one by one, and every time one of them reached Ibn Sulayha, who was on top of the wall, he killed him, until he had killed them all. The next morning the Muslims threw the heads of the Franks down the Crusaders below. The Crusaders were very upset about the trap that had been set for them by the Qadi of Jablah, and the success that the Qadi had achieved, so they decided to take the fortress by any means. They built a wooden tower and used it to destroy one of the towers of the fortress. But with his quick wits and cleverness, the Qazi could see that the danger was imminent, so he did not slow down or surrender, but he hastened to put in motion yet another brilliant plan, similar to those that had already caused losses to the enemy more than once. He made holes in the walls of the city, and it seems that these holes were in the rear wall. This was so that the army would be able to exit through these holes. Al-Qazi ibn Sulayha and his army came out to fight the Franks, and then pretended to flee from them, thus tricking the invaders. The Franks did not realize what was happening, so they hastened to pursue the Muslims as far as the gates of the city, at which point the Muslim army took the opportunity to come out through those holes and come at the Crusaders from the rear. They attacked the Franks from behind and defeated them. Al-Qadi ibn Sulayha must have had some knowledge of the arts of war and Islamic military methods. The art of psychological warfare was nothing new in the Islamic military heritage at the time of the Crusades, because such methods had been used by the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the Battle of the Trench in 5 Hijri, when he dug the ditch and defeated the Confederates, and in the Battle of Mu'tah in 8 Hijri, when the commander Khalid ibn al-Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu turned the battle around from defeat to victory against the Byzantines by using psychological warfare, stirring up the dust with the horses' feet to make the Byzantines think that reinforcements had come to the Muslims, so that they fled in defeat, and the Muslim army was able to withdraw from the battlefield without incurring any other losses. Psychological warfare was also used in many other battles, including the Battle of Yarmouk in 13 Hijri, when Khalid ibn Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu divided his troops, putting the right flank on the left and the rear guard in the front, a military tactic which faced the huge Byzantine army completely and led to their defeat. Scholars and judges urge fighting on the battlefield. One of the most prominent of such figures was Al-Qadi Abul Fadl ibn al-Kashab, the Qadi of Aleppo, whose exploits in this field were famous. When the Crusader siege of Aleppo intensified in 513 Hijri, that is 1119 Common Era, Al-Qadi ibn al-Kashhab came and urged the people to fight, riding on his mount with his spear in his hand, delivering an eloquent speech which motivated and stirred them. The people wept and felt great respect for him, and they sallied forth to fight the invaders. Although the people of Aleppo were able to save their city that year, the Crusaders did not hesitate to try again to take Aleppo in 518 Hijri, that is 1124 Common Era, when they destroyed all the villages around Aleppo so that they would not be able to offer any support to the city. The Franks camped in Haran and then marched towards Aleppo from the direction of Mashhad al-Jaf from the north. Al-Qadi ibn al-Kashhab played a role in encouraging the people to fight the invaders, and in encouraging Aksunkur al-Barsuki, the ruler of Mosul, to join the fight, as will be discussed further, inshallah, when discussing the role of Seljuk rulers in Mosul, Damascus, and elsewhere in warding off the attacks of the Crusaders. Poets and their role in the resistance movement. Some poets played a major role in encouraging the Muslims and describing the situation of the Ummah and the nature of the Crusader invasion which had occupied their land and transgressed people's honor. One of the most famous of these poems was that of Al-Qadi al-Harawi, which was also attributed to Abu Muzaffar al-Abyurdi, which begins with the words, "We mixed blood with our flowing tears, and there was no room left to apportion blame. The worst weapon for a man is flowing tears, when the flames of war intensify by the sword." At the beginning of this ode, he clearly states that the people were weeping so intensely that blood flowed from their eyes, because their weeping was so intense and ongoing, and that they had wept until there was no energy left to blame anyone. But he soon realized that weeping, no matter how intense, not avail anything in battle, and nothing could intensify the fire of battle except the sword. O people of Islam, there lie ahead of you events which will bring low those who are high. Are you sleeping with a sense of security and joy, living a life of softness and ease? How can your eyes have their fill of sleep when there are events which are awakening every sleeper? When your brothers in Syria cannot even nap, except on the backs of horses or in the bellies of vultures? The Byzantines are humiliating them whilst you live a life of luxury, like a man averse to combat. Here the poet is addressing those who have stayed away from fighting alongside their Muslim brothers in Syria. He begins this portion of his poem with a heated call to the Muslims. O sons of Islam, wake up from your sleep, for this invasion is coming to you and it will bring low your elite. Then he wonders about them and their sleep. How can they sleep peacefully, enjoy a life of luxury and feel safe, when not far away terrible things are befalling their brothers in Syria, and they cannot find even a few minutes in which to take a nap in their houses? Most of the time they are on horseback, fighting, or the decree of martyrdom has overtaken them, and they are snatched by the vultures, as they have no one to bury their bodies, or they may fall into the hands of their Frankish enemies and be humiliated. But it seems that you are enjoying a life of ease, and are either surrendering or allying yourself with your enemy. How much blood was shed, and how many young Muslim girls were killed, whilst trying to cover their beauty with their hands out of shyness. Silver swords turned red and spearheads dripped with blood in the midst of stabbing and striking, which made the heads of young boys turn grey. These are such battles that those who keep away to remain safe and sound will regret it bitterly. The hands of the polytheists have unsheathed the swords, but they will be sheathed again in their own chests and skulls, and you can almost hear him who is buried in Taibah calling out in the loudest voice, O family of Hisham. In these lines, The poet depicts the ferocity of the battles which took place between the Muslims and their Frankish enemies, in which the blood of many Muslims was spilled and women's seclusion was transgressed upon. But they could not find anything with which to protect their chaste bodies except their arms, which they held up out of shyness and fear. These battles grew intense, with a great deal of killing, until the edges of the swords and spears appeared to glow red hot, and children's hair would turn grey because of the horrific scenes of stabbing and striking that they saw. Then he again alerts those who stay behind, and warns them that they will regret not participating in these battles, warning again of their dangers and mocking the enemy by saying that the sharp swords that they have unsheathed will come back to them, buried in their own chests and skulls. In the final lines, he reaffirms how terrifying these wars are by saying that the Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from his tomb in Medina, is summoning the Arabs and Muslims, not only the clan of Hisham, to help in the fight against the enemy. End of part 1 of chapter 3. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 2 of Chapter 3. Seljuk leaders of jihad prior to Imam ad-Din Zangi. It is a well-known fact in the history of the Crusades that the Islamic jihad against the Crusaders in the Muslim East first emerged in Mesopotamia, which is the region between the Tigris and the Euphrates, close to Syria, including Diyar Mudar and Diyar Bakir. It is called Al Jazeera in Arabic because it is located between the two rivers of the Tigris and the Euphrates. The Mesopotamian region is noted for its fresh air, suitability for agriculture, and abundant crops. In it there are many great cities, strong fortresses, and citadels. Among the reasons why the resistance movement first emerged in the Mesopotamian region are the following. A. Mesopotamia was the first region in the Muslim East to be touched by the fire of the Crusader menace. When the Crusaders seized Edessa and established the first of the Crusader kingdoms there in 490 Hijri, that is 1097 Common Era, the inhabitants realized the danger posed by the Crusader penetration into their country, which led the Muslims to think seriously about attacking the Crusaders. B. The character of the Mesopotamian region had been shaped in the early days of Islam because it was located on the edges of the Byzantine state, which posed a great danger to the Muslims during the days of the Umayyad and Abbasid periods. Hence it became the first line of defense on the Muslim borders against the Byzantines. After the Crusader invasion, Mesopotamia faced the Crusader kingdom of Edessa, which posed the greatest danger to the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad. C. In the second half of the 5th century Hijri, that is 11th century Common Era, Mesopotamia witnessed the appearance of the Seljuk Turks, who were famous for their love of raising horses and their adventurous spirit, as well as their great zeal for Islam. They were new converts to the faith and adhered to the Sunni school of thought. The Seljuk Turks in Mesopotamia supplied new blood and were very eager to engage in jihad for the sake of Allah, unlike the other Muslim forces in the Muslim East, whose religious enthusiasm had grown weak and whose fighting spirit had diminished. E. The Mesopotamian region was rich in resources because of its abundant supply of water and fertile land. including vast areas of arable land and grazing, which was essential for horses and livestock. This made it possible to provide the Mujahideen with a practically limitless supply of food and weapons. Another great advantage was the natural fortifications enjoyed by the major cities and citadels of Mesopotamia, such as Mosul, Amid, Mardin, Hasankeyf, and so on, in which the Islamic Jihad movement against the Crusaders started. These cities, which were distinguished by their unique geographical fortifications, made invading the region by force a very difficult task. Therefore, it became safe from Crusader counterattack. It is not far-fetched to suggest that the leaders of the Islamic Jihad movement It is not far-fetched to suggest that the leaders of the Islamic Jihad movement must have fully understood what great danger the presence of the Crusader kingdom of Edessa in Mesopotamia represented to their positions, and that they had a well-founded fear of a possible Crusader advance to the south, which would be aimed at destroying the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad. Hence it comes as no surprise that the idea of Islamic Jihad first emerged in the region of Mesopotamia, with the aim of wresting Edessa from the hands of the Crusaders. Karbura, regent of Mosul, engages in jihad. The idea of an Islamic resistance began to take practical shape in 491 Hijri, that is 1097 Common Era, when Qawam ad-Dawlah, founder of the state, Karbura, the regent of Mosul, started to gather whatever troops he could with the aim of preventing Antioch from falling into Crusader hands. Karbura, however, soon stopped en route and besieged Edessa for 3 weeks, thus giving the Crusaders ample opportunity to do their utmost to capture Antioch, which they succeeded in doing. If Karbura had gone directly to Antioch, Yagi Sayan, its ruler, would have handed the city over to him and the situation of the besieged would have been different. But Karbura lifted the siege of Edessa when he heard that Antioch had fallen into Crusader hands. He crossed the Euphrates into Syria and stopped in Marjtabik, where he met the Kak ibn Tutush, the ruler of Damascus, Zahir ad-Din Tughtagin, the Atabeg, regent of the Kak, Jannah ad-Dawla Hussain, the ruler of Horns, Arsalan Tashi, the ruler of Sinjar, Sukman ibn Artuk, the ruler of Jerusalem, and other rulers who resembled them in exemplary character and ability. According to Ibn al-Athir, these rulers joined together under the leadership of Karbura, who led them towards Antioch in 491 Hijri, that is 1097 Common Era, where the citadel was still in Muslim hands. They drew close to the city and intensified the siege until the condition of the Crusaders changed and deteriorated, and they found themselves besieged from within and without. They faced severe hardship due to lack of food, which forced them to eat carrion and leaves. This motivated the Crusaders to send a delegation to Karbura, asking him for safe passage, so that they could leave Antioch, but Karbura refused and said to them, "You will only leave by the sword." This led one of the Christian clergy, whose name was Peter Bartholomew, to fabricate the story of the Holy Lands, which raised the Crusaders' morale and led them to rally around their leaders. Their resolve to march towards the Muslims and exit through the gate in scattered groups was strengthened until they had all come out. Then they marched towards the Muslims, strong and in great numbers, and the Muslims broke ranks and scattered. Thus in 491 Hijri, that is 1097 Common Era, Karbura failed in leading the Muslim alliance through which he wanted to prevent Antioch from falling into Crusader hands. Historians have listed the reasons why Karbura failed to prevent Antioch from falling into the Crusaders' hands at the time when the Crusaders had reached a state of weakness and decline inside the city. Among the most important of these reasons are the following. A. what the Frankish historian mentioned about Karbula, ruler of Mosul, have wasted 3 weeks during the siege of Edessa, which enabled the Crusaders to take over Antioch and take precautions against a sudden attack, whether it was to come from the Muslims who were in the citadel of Antioch or from their brethren in Syria or elsewhere. B. Lack of harmony among the troops of Karbula, who were composed of Arabs, Turks, and others, combined with what the Kak, ruler of Damascus, did to foment division between Arabs and Turks. C. Lack of a clear military plan on Karbula's part. Perhaps the clearest explanation of this is Karbula's lack of desire to allow his men to strike a decisive blow against the Crusaders when they were emerging in small groups from Antioch. That is because, as appears to be the case, Karbula was afraid that if he did that, he would only be destroying the vanguard of the Crusaders' army. Karbula's poor treatment of the other rulers who were with him was one of the reasons for his defeat. He began to look down on them, thinking that they would stay with him in this situation, which led to them feeling offended by his attitude. D. The Crusaders' morale was lifted after hearing the story about the Holy Lands. In addition, before Karbula arrived at Antioch, the Crusader leaders corresponded with the Kak, the ruler of Damascus, and told him that their aims went no further than regaining the lands in northern Syria that had been in Byzantine hands. This does not rule out the proposition that Karbula's attempt to prevent Antioch from falling into Crusader hands was the starting point for the initiative of an Islamic jihad against the Crusaders, and that it highlighted to the Crusaders the extent of Muslim strength when they were united. It also demonstrated the right way for subsequent Muslim leaders who took it upon themselves to raise the banner of Islamic jihad and complete the mission after him. This fact may be proven by noting that Imad ad-Din Zangi lived under the care of Karbula after his father died. However, Karbula, ruler of Mosul, died in the city of Khawa in Azerbaijan in 495 Hijri, that is 1102 Common Era, during the conflict between the Sultan Barki ibn Malik Shah and his brother Muhammad ibn Malik Shah. Thus, Mosul lost one ruler who was not distracted by the existing conflict among the Seljuks from working on reviving the idea of Islamic jihad against the Crusaders. Jakarmish and Sukman joined forces in jihad. The death of the Atabeg of Mosul, Karbula, made the situation very precarious and led to the outbreak of civil war, because Karbula had appointed as his heir son Kurja, who was one of his commanders, and ordered the Turks to obey him. However, Musa at-Turkmani, his representative in Hasan Kaf, disputed with son Kurja after he was summoned by the prominent figures in Mosul, and he managed to kill his opponent and take over in Mosul as the deputy of the Sultan Barki Yaruk. Shams ad-Dawla Jakarmish, the ruler of Jazirat ibn Umar, made the most of the opportunity given by the chaos and intervened in these internal disputes. He marched to Nusaybin and captured it. Musa fled to Mosul and fortified himself there, where Jakarmish besieged him for a lengthy period. Musa had no choice but to seek help from Sukman al-Artuki in Diyarbakir, offering to give him Hasan Kaf and 10,000 dinars in return for his help. Sukman accepted this offer and sent military help. Jakarmish was forced to end his siege of Mosul, but when Musa came out to meet Sukman, some of Musa's own slaves killed their master en route. So his army scattered and Sukman quickly returned to Hasan Kaf and captured it, whilst Jakarmish went on to Mosul and entered the city, where he was welcomed by its inhabitants. Jakarmish became the ruler of Mosul from 495 to 500 Hijri, that is 1101 to 1106 Common Era, where he formed an alliance with Sukman ibn Artug, the ruler of the Artukids in Diyarbakir. Together, they aimed to block the advance of the Crusaders eastwards towards the heart of Mesopotamia. For following the swift victories that the Crusaders had achieved, they were resolved to capture Haran, which lay at the crossroads of the routes to Iraq, Mesopotamia, and Syria, and thus take advantage of the conflicts among the Muslim rulers. In addition to that, taking over Haran would sever communications between the Muslims in Persia, Iraq, Mesopotamia, and Syria, and give the Crusaders the opportunity to attack Mosul, secure Edessa, and gain control over the Mesopotamia region. All of these factors had a decisive impact. Jakarmish and Sukman had to forget all their previous disputes and work together to stop the Crusader advance. The Battle of Balkh, also known as the Battle of Haran. Jakarmish and Sukman sent word to one another, calling for a meeting to tackle the issue of Haran, and stating that each was offering himself for the sake of Allah and his reward. Each accepted the invitation of the other, and they met at Al-Khabur at Ras Al-Ain, where they reaffirmed their alliance and set out with 10,000 Arab, Turkish, and Kurdish horsemen to besiege Edessa before others could attack them. When Baldwin II, ruler of Edessa, heard news of this mobilization in Ras Al-Ain, he sent word to Bohemond and Jocelyn, who were attempting to besiege Haran, seeking their help and suggesting that they should now redirect their attack. After leaving a small group to protect Edessa, Baldwin went to Haran, leading a small group of knights and Armenians. Near Haran he was met by Jocelyn, the ruler of Turbasil, in Arabic Tel Bashir, Bohemond, the ruler of Antioch, and his nephew Tancred, the Patriarch of Antioch. An army composed of Crusader knights and princes, had a huge number of Armenians and clergymen. There were nearly 3,000 cavalry and 3 times that number of foot soldiers. In fact, this army represented the entire striking force of the Crusaders in northern Syria, apart from the garrisons in the fortresses. When this army gathered near Haran, Jakarmish and his ally were still marching towards Edessa. The Crusaders almost captured Haran shortly after laying siege to it, but the conflict that arose between Baldwin of Burak and Bohemond, in which each insisted that his banner should be raised over the city after it was captured, helped Haran to withstand the siege and gave the Muslims the opportunity to move to fight the Crusaders before this territory fell into their hands. The two sides met at Al-Balkh River on the 9th of Shaban. The Muslims pretended to flee, and the Crusaders pursued them for almost 2 leagues. Then the Muslims turned and attacked them, destroying most of their forces, and seized a great deal of booty, both money and possessions. Bohemond, the ruler of Antioch, and his nephew Tancred hid behind a hill, aiming to attack the Muslims from behind when the fighting intensified. When they emerged, they witnessed the defeat of their companions and the plunder of their camp, so they stayed where they were until nightfall. Then they slipped away and fled. They were pursued by Muslims, who killed and captured many of their companions, but they themselves managed to flee to Edessa. Baldwin and Jocelyn were taken prisoner. Baldwin, along with a group of his commanders, tried to flee by fording the Balkh, but the mud prevented them from moving quickly. A Turkmen commander who was one of Sukman's troops caught up with them and managed to capture them, and he took Baldwin to his master Sukman. Jakarmish and Sukman fall out. When the followers of Jakarmish saw that Sukman's troops had seized the lion's share of Crusader booty, they said to their master, "What status will we have before the people when the Turkmens have taken the booty instead of us?" They urged him to take Baldwin, the Crusader prince, as a hostage, so Jakarmish sent some of his troops who managed to kidnap Baldwin from Sukman's camp. When Sukman realized what had happened during his absence from his camp, he was very upset and his companions prepared to fight. But he soon called them back and told them, I do not want to assuage my anger by giving the enemy satisfaction at the Muslims' expense. Sukhman led his troops and took the weapons and banners left by the Crusaders as they had fled. He dressed his troops in the Crusaders' clothing and put them on their horses, and marched to the fortress in the region of Shabakhtan in Diyarbakir. The Crusaders came out to greet them, thinking that their companions had been victorious. Sukhman attacked them and finished them off, and seized the fortress. In this manner he was able to seize a number of fortresses in the region before he returned to his seat of power in Diyarbakir. Jakirmish defeat. Jakirmish decided to go ahead and fight after his ally returned. He attacked the Crusader citadels in the Shabakhtan region, which lies to the east of Edessa, so as to protect his armies back. Then he marched to Edessa himself. Whilst the slowdown in the Crusaders' progress meant that Haran stayed in Muslim hands, Edessa remained in Christian hands because of slow movement on the part of the Muslims. This gave Tancred enough time to renew his defenses, hence he was able to repel the first attack undertaken by Jakirmish. This was due in large part to the loyalty and courage displayed by the Armenians and local people. Nevertheless, the pressure that Tancred felt led him to seek help from Bohemond. Faced as he was with many problems, he decided to give priority to protecting Edessa. He took action to help his nephew but was slowed down by the bad state of the roads. Tancred felt desperate, so he ordered his troops to take up attack positions before dawn, under cover of darkness. His men attacked the Turks, who were fast asleep, feeling no sense of danger. The Crusader victory was completed when Bohemond arrived. Jakirmish fled in panic, leaving behind his camp which was filled with rich plunder. Thus the Franks got their revenge for the defeat at Haran, and also managed to keep Edessa. Among the prisoners who fell into Tancred's hands was a Seljuk princess, one of the ladies of the household of Jakirmish. Jakirmish was so enamored of this lady that he was willing to pay a huge ransom of 15,000 byzants for her, or even to exchange Count Baldwin himself for her. News of this offer reached Jerusalem, and King Baldwin, Count Baldwin's cousin, wrote to Bohemond telling him not to let this opportunity escape to have Baldwin set free. Bohemond and Tancred, however, needed the money at a time when Baldwin's return would lead to Tancred losing his position as de facto ruler of Edessa and having to return to Antioch. So they responded to the king's letter saying, it is not good diplomacy to appear too eager to accept this offer, when showing some hesitation may lead to Jakirmish increasing the ransom. At the same time, they agreed to accept Jakirmish's offer of money. Thus Baldwin remained in captivity. The outcomes of the Battle of Balikh. The Battle of Balikh had a number of very important outcomes for both the Muslims and the Crusaders, the most important of which included the following. A. It stopped the Crusader advance and prevented them expanding towards the east at the expense of the Muslims. It also put an end to their hopes of advancing towards Iraq and taking full control of Mesopotamia. B. It dashed Bohemond's aspirations of controlling Aleppo and turning the Principality of Antioch into a large state. Moreover, it destroyed the Crusaders' hopes of severing links between the Muslim forces in Syria, Mesopotamia, and Asia Minor, which they had wished to achieve by capturing Aleppo. C. It determined the fate of Edessa. This principality was faced with a great deal of internal troubles, especially from the Armenians, who soon started to voice their complaints about the oppression of the Armenian Church by the Latin rulers and their persecution of its clergy. This prompted the Armenians to make contact with the Turks, which in turn weakened Edessa. Thus the possibility of its falling into Muslim hands became imminent. D. It gave the Muslims the opportunity to regain the possessions that had been joined to the Principality of Antioch and which they had lost to the Crusaders earlier on. After Baldwin's capture, Tancred took charge of the Principality of Edessa, and Bohemond became the strongest of the Crusader rulers in the north. The circumstances of the victory led to a rapprochement between the Muslim and Byzantine forces against the common enemy. Ibn al-Qalanisi explained the consequences of these developments as follows. E. It was good victory for the Muslims. Nothing like it had happened before. It weakened the morale of the Franks, reduced their supplies of weapons and equipment, and diminished their power. The Muslims' morale was raised, and they became more determined to support the faith and fight the infidels. F. People began to speak of defeating them, the invaders, and became certain that the Muslims would put an end to them. G. It destroyed the myth that the Crusaders could not be defeated. H. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios took advantage of the weakness of Bohemond's position after criticism was directed against him for not ransoming his friend Baldwin. In addition, the treaty that Bohemond had made with the emperor encouraged uprisings by the inhabitants of Cilicia against their Norman rulers. The emperor also ordered his troops to capture a number of cities and positions which Tancred had captured previously, and the Byzantine fleet took part in the capture of some of the coastal cities between Latakia and Tartus. Furthermore, the Byzantines were able to use their naval bases in Cyprus to help Raymond the Aguilers, the sworn enemy of Bohemond, who was trying to establish a principality around Tripoli, parallel to and south of Antioch. Meanwhile, no one from Jerusalem offered Bohemond any help during this calamity. Thus Jakarmish, by forming an alliance with Suthman, was able to play a major role in the history of the Crusades, and along with his allies, to present the Muslim world with its first decisive victory against the Crusaders. This was to pave the way for the emergence of leaders and Islamic alliances, which would direct continual blows against the Crusader forces, starting with Maudud, the Seljuk ruler of Mosul, and ending with Salah ad-Din, including Al-Ghazi and Balak al-Artuqiyin, Aksunkur al-Barsuki, Imad ad-Din Zangi, and Nur ad-Din Zangi. End of Part 2 of Chapter 3. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 3 of Chapter 3. Jakarmish persists in jihad. In spite of some negative signs that followed the Muslim victory in Baligh, Jakarmish continued to aspire to achieve other victories in this field. Less than 2 years later, that became possible for him, when at the end of 499 Hijri, that is 1106 Common Era, he received instructions from Sultan Muhammad to launch a new campaign against the Crusaders. He contacted local rulers and was able to form an alliance, which included Radwan, the ruler of Aleppo, Al-Ghazi al-Artuqi, the ruler of Mardin, Albi Timurtash, the ruler of Sinjar, and Al-Aspahad Sawa, one of the rulers of Persia. However, what Al-Ghazi suggested to the aforementioned rulers delayed implementation of the suggested plan. He asked them to start their campaign by moving against Jakarmish, with the aim of capturing Mosul so as to earn the pleasure of Sultan Muhammad. This latter held a grudge against the ruler of Mosul because of his actions. Moreover, there was the possibility of utilizing the financial and military resources of Mosul against the Crusaders. The leaders agreed to this and joined forces to attack Nusaybin, which belonged to the ruler of Mosul. However, the representatives of Jakarmish in that city succeeded, with instructions from their master in Mosul, in provoking a rift between Radwan and Al-Ghazi. Radwan took the opportunity during a feast held before the walls of Nusaybin to kidnap Al-Ghazi and put him in chains. Al-Ghazi's Turkmen followers managed to release him, and they launched a surprise attack against Radwan's camp, forcing him to withdraw to Aleppo. The breakdown of this alliance began to show before even a single step was taken towards its original aim of fighting the Crusaders. But none of that shook Jakarmish's resolve to attack the real enemy. Once he had dealt with the efforts of these rulers allied against him, he hastened to launch an attack against Edessa. He overcame the attacks launched by the troops of Richard of Salerno, who was ruling Edessa at the time on behalf of the imprisoned Baldwin. As soon as Jakarmish returned to Mosul, however, he was faced with new troubles regarding the Seljuks. Only a short time passed before Kilij Arsalan ibn Sulaiman, the Sultan of the Seljuks of Rum, moved to attack Edessa, and the representatives of Jakarmish and Haran took the opportunity to send word to him that they would surrender the city to him. Kilij Arsalan arrived and entered Haran, and the people rejoiced at the jihad against the Franks. He stayed there for several days, after which he had to return to his own land because of a severe illness that struck him. But he left behind a group of commanders in Haran to protect it. It seems that Kilij Arsalan began to prevail because of the power, independence, and influence over his counterparts among other Muslim rulers in the region that he enjoyed due to their ongoing disputes and conflicts aimed at achieving limited local victories. Moreover, the problems that Jakarmish was facing in Mosul and the deterioration of his relationship with the Seljuks kept him from focusing fully on the jihad against the Crusaders. This led to Kilij Arsalan coming to the attention of Jakarmish's representatives in Haran, who summoned him and surrendered the city to him. This explains what happened shortly afterwards, when Kilij Arsalan was summoned by the people of Mosul so that he could rule them as well, after their ruler Jakarmish was killed. Jihad of Jakarmish and Suqman ibn Artuk. Crusader hordes in Syria and Palestine. The many princes who had not taken part became eager to go to the east, motivated by personal, worldly ambitions to acquire booty and land, above and beyond the religious motives of attaining reward and forgiveness. It is said that the Crusaders in the East were in urgent need of fighters and colonists with the following aims. 1. Continuing the war against the Muslims. 2. Further expansion. 3. Guarding what they had already gained. And 4. Protecting these gains from any attempt on the part of the Muslims to recapture them. Western society responded to this phenomenon with a wave of new crusader energy, which led to the flow of more crusader masses towards the east. The Lombards formed the first of these groups, setting out from northern Italy in 494 Hijri, that is 1101 Common Era, led by Anselm of Puis, the Archbishop of Milan, and accompanied by a number of rulers, including Albert Count of Vachin, Gibert Count of Parma, and Hugh Count of Montebello. It seems that this Lombard group, despite the large number of its participants, was no different in quality from the masses that had gone before, because it included only a small number of fighting knights. The vast majority were common folk who did not know how to fight and were lacking in discipline. When they reached the outskirts of Constantinople, they committed acts of plunder and pillage which made the Byzantine emperor hasten to send them on to Asia Minor. That occurred in Jumada I, that is March. They settled in Nicomedia, awaiting the arrival of the Crusader groups. In fact, it was not long before another group arrived, composed of Frenchmen led by Stephen, Count of Blois. He was joined by a number of other rulers, such as Stephen, Count of Burgundy, Hugh, Count of Vermandois, Baldwin, Count of Hainaut, and Hugh Pierrefonds, Bishop of Macon, in addition to a German expedition led by Conrad, Count of Luxembourg. This group crossed the Bosphorus and camped at Nicaea, close to the Lombard camp. The number of people gathered there was between 200,000 and 300,000 fighters. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios Komnenos appointed his friend Raymond of Toulouse as their commander-in-chief, and they were joined by a number of Byzantine troops led by Tsidas. The Battle of Merziphone. The huge Crusader army moved from Nicomedia to Dorylaeum with the aim of reaching the Holy Land, provided that during its march it would reopen the route through Asia Minor. Hence the emperor ordered Stephen of Blois to take the army via the route that the previous crusaders had taken, which passed through Dorylaeum and Konya. The Lombards refused to head towards the Holy Land until after Bohemond was freed, for they viewed him as an exemplary model and a hero, and the only warrior they trusted to lead them to victory. They insisted that the campaign head towards Cappadocia, and Ibn al-Athir states that the aim of this crusader campaign was to free Bohemond. In spite of the arguments from some of the leaders, the campaign headed towards the Danishmend lands via Ankara, which belonged to Kilij Arslan. They then made their way to Gangra, which is located south of Paphlagonia, so as to take the main route leading to Amasya and Niksar. With the intent of slowing down the Crusaders' progress, Kilij Arslan resorted to a gradual withdrawal ahead of the Crusader force, following a Bedouin-style method of destroying the land as he withdrew, burning everything that could be of benefit to the Crusaders, especially food supplies. At the same time, Turkish forces started gathering in a new alliance to confront the Crusader menace. Kumishtagin Ahmed, the Danishmend, renewed his alliance with Kilij Arslan and urged Redwan, the ruler of Aleppo, to send a number of troops. The Crusaders reached Ankara, where they found the Turks present in full force and were unable to capture the city because of its strong fortifications. They were forced to march on, after plundering neighboring villages. They grew exhausted because of the lack of food supplies, extreme heat, and pressure from the Turks. In order to avoid imminent destruction, Raymond suggested that the army should head northeast towards Kastamonu and thence towards one of the Byzantine cities on the Black Sea coast. The journey towards Kastamonu was very slow and hard, because of the lack of food, as the Turks had destroyed all crops and filled in the wells, and because the Crusaders were exposed to sudden Turkish attacks. So they scattered, not caring about anything, before Raymond could bring them back together. When they reached the outskirts of Kastamonu, Raymond had to find a route among the masses of Turkish troops to the coast. But the Lombards again insisted on heading towards the east, and he gave in to them. The Crusader army crossed the Helis River into the Danishmend lands, and some of them reached the city of Merziphone, located halfway between the river and Amasya. When the Turks realized that the Crusader forces had become exhausted, they attacked them, and it was not long before the Crusaders collapsed and fled the battlefield, under the pressure of the fighting, Leaving behind their women and the monks, Raymond fled to a small hill where he hid until the French and Germans rescued him. He then fled during the night after having despaired of achieving any victory, leaving behind the Crusader camp and the non-combatants in it to fall into the hands of the Turks as booty. The battle was followed by a chase in which no one escaped except the knights, and the Crusaders' losses amounted to 4/5 of the army. The Turks seized a large amount of weapons and a great number of prisoners, whom they sold into slavery. Raymond soon reached Bafra, the small Byzantine port on the Black Sea near Sinope. From there he was taken by a Byzantine ship to Constantinople. The Latin historian Albeit of Aix points out that Raymond received a bribe from the Turks to lead the army to Kastamonu, but this is unlikely, because anyone who studies the course of the campaign and the events that accompanied it will see how much effort Raymond put into trying to convince the Lombards not to head towards the lands of the Danishmend first of all, then how he tried to save the army from the dilemma into which he had fallen, and how he only chose the route to Kastamonu because of the troubles to which his army had been exposed. As for his flight from the battlefield, that was the result of his realization that there was no point in continuing after the Lombards had turned tail and fled, followed by the Pecheneg mercenaries. The First Battle of Heraclea. The disaster that befell the Crusaders at Merziphone erased the fame that they had acquired as the result of their victory at Dorylaeum. What made it worse was that this was not the last disaster. At the same time as the Lombards left Nicomedia, a French army of 15,000 knights and foot soldiers, led by William Count of Nevers, arrived in Constantinople. William was eager to join the Lombards quickly, so he left Constantinople, heading for Nicomedia, where he found out that the Crusader hordes had left, heading for Ankara. He traveled to that city, which he reached easily, but no one knew in which direction those hordes had gone. All the Count could do was head for Konya. When he reached it, he besieged it, but a group of Seljuk Turkish troops defended it. All his attempts to capture it failed, so he left it. During the same period, the Seljuks and their allies finished destroying the Lombard army, and Kilij Arsalan and Gimustegin Ahmed, the Danishmend, learned of the approach of a new enemy whilst they were still savoring their victory. They headed south and beat William to Heraclea. William's troops traveled slowly from Konya, heading east, and when they came to a place near Heraclea, utterly exhausted, the Turks attacked them. Their resistance collapsed after a battle which did not last long, and the entire French army met its end, apart from William and 6 of his followers. The Second Battle of Heraclea. At the same time as William's campaign was marching through Asia Minor, the final group of these crusaders, consisting of French and Germans led by William D.C. Duke of Aquitaine and Welf IV. Duke of Bavaria, reached Constantinople. The number of their troops was 60,000. This horde set out from Constantinople, heading for Konya, following the same route that Bohemond had taken before. The Turks implemented the same plan as before, burning crops, destroying food supplies, and filling in wells. When the horde reached Konya, they found the city empty. The Seljuk garrison had vacated the city after resisting William's attack, carrying with them all the supplies in the city, and even stripping its gardens and orchards of anything that could be of benefit to the Crusaders. The Crusaders did not stay in Konya for long before heading towards Heraclea, via a route that was 55 miles long. They suffered a great deal of hardship, with extreme hunger and thirst, enduring Turkish attacks from time to time in which some were killed. When they entered Heraclea, they found the city deserted. The Muslims were lying in wait for the Crusaders, heading in the forests around Heraclea, and they ambushed them when they were drinking water from the river that emerges behind the city. The Crusaders fell into disarray and the Turks pounced on them and destroyed them utterly, except a very few of whom managed to escape with difficulty, among whom were William X and Wolf IV. These headed for Tarsus and thence to Antioch. Outcome of the battles of Kilij Arsalan. Each of these groups met a very sad end, which affected the course of the Crusader movement on one hand, and on the other hand affected the Turks in general, and the Seljuks in particular. The most important of these effects were as follows. A. The Seljuks exacted revenge for what had befallen them at Dorylaeum. After that they would never again be expelled from Anatolia. These consecutive victories also raised their morale. B. The route that crossed Asia Minor into Syria remained unsafe for both Crusader and Byzantine armies, despite the successes of the first Crusader groups in penetrating it. The Crusader migrants became afraid to take this land route, which led from Constantinople to Edessa, unless they were in huge armies. They were no longer able to come except by sea, which incurred huge expenses that few were able to afford. This land route remained closed to the Crusaders for several years. C. The Crusaders blamed the Byzantines for the calamities that had befallen them, and held them responsible for what had happened. Rumors spread amongst them that Raymond had been acting on the emperor's instructions when he took the army that he was leading away from the designated route, so that the soldiers would meet their deaths in a previously planned ambush. In fact, Rome wanted to find a scapegoat to bear responsibility for its mistakes, so they put the blame on the Byzantines and regarded them as responsible for the disasters that had occurred. D. Kilij Arsalan's pride grew after these victories, and he was soon joined by the Turks of Anatolia. He was able to seize control of the interior, after which he stayed in his capital Konya, which lay on the main route connecting Constantinople to Syria. E. The Danishmend continued their conquest in the Euphrates Valley with no obstacles, and they reached the edges of the kingdom of Edessa. They also conquered Malatia, capturing its ruler on 23 Zulhijjah 495 Hijri, that is 18 September 1102 Common Era. F. The Crusaders' departure to Syria led to a new round of disputes and competition between the Seljuks and Danishmend. The two great Turkish tribes fought to take possessions of Malatia and take the ransom for Bohemond. Thus the Turkish front in that region disintegrated. Consequences of the death of Kilij Arsalan. Zangi ibn Jakarmish contacted Kilij Arsalan I, asking him for help. At that time he was in Malatia, and he promised to hand Mosul and the surrounding area over to him. The Seljuk Sultan Kilij Arsalan took this opportunity to expand his territory at the expense of the warring rulers, so he hastened to help Zangi. When Jawali learned of his march, he withdrew from the city, especially since Jakarmish had died suddenly in captivity, and he had intended to use him as a bargaining chip. He also realized that Kilij Arsalan I was so powerful that he would not be able to confront him in battle face to face. Hence he decided to form an alliance against him so as to support his own position. Despite this, Kilij Arsalan I was able to enter Mosul, where he was welcomed by the population. He promised to respect their freedom and made some administrative arrangements. As for Jawali, he withdrew to Sinjar, where he held discussions with Al-Ghazi al-Artuki and Radwan, the ruler of Aleppo, at the end of which they agreed to drive Kilij Arsalan I out of Mosul, then after that go to attack Antioch. The war against Kilij Arsalan I ended with his defeat. He drowned in the Khyber River in 500 Hijri, that is 1107 Common Era. Kilij Arsalan I is regarded as one of the prominent figures produced by the Seljuks of Rome, and the Near East was affected by his sudden death. The Seljuks of Rome, among whom no strong leader appeared to take place of Kilij Arsalan, was subjected to increasing pressure from the Byzantine Empire, which resumed its interference in their internal affairs. Alexios Komnenos managed with ease to regain his control over the western parts of Asia Minor and along the southern coast. The death of Kilij Arsalan extended the life of the great Seljuk state by nearly 100 years. Sharp divisions in the state between the sultans and emirs, fighting to gain the throne, and the numerous civil wars among them, in addition to the external dangers surrounding them, such as the dangers posed by the assassins and crusaders, encouraged Kilij Arsalan to interfere in eastern affairs so as to gain authority and leadership, and to unite again all Seljuk power in the east. He would have been able to achieve this dream of his, because both internal and external political circumstances were favorable, but his death spared the greater Seljuks and lengthened their lifespan. The death of Kilij Arsalan is regarded as a very important stage in the separation of the Seljuks of Rome from the Seljuks of the East, because the internal and external dangers surrounding the greater Seljuk state prevented them from interfering in the affairs of the other Seljuk branches, especially in Syria and Asia Minor. It is worth mentioning that the state of the Seljuks of Rome still, up to this time, belonged nominally to the Greater Seljuks, and did not become completely independent until 552 Hijri, that is 1157 Common Era. The death of Kilij Arsalan deprived the Seljuks of Syria of a force which could have guaranteed unity among them, as Seljuk power in Syria began to shrink rapidly because the two sons of Tutush, Radwan and Dakkak, did not have the political acumen to enable them to confront the worrisome circumstances that Syria was going through at the end of the 5th century Hijri, that is 11th century Common Era, and the beginning of the following century. Perhaps the greatest sign of diminishing Seljuk authority in Syria, Iraq and elsewhere, was the emergence of a larger number of dynasties, which all had something in common, a connection to the Seljuk family name. From those families emerged political units headed by regents known as Atabegs. The death of Kilij Arsalan removed a serious danger from the Byzantine emperor at a critical time, because Bohemond was preparing to attack the Balkans in 501 Hijri, that is 1107 Common Era, starting out from the well-fortified fortress of Durazu, and Alexios Komnenos had sacrificed his southeastern border to save Durazu. He had made a treaty with Kilij Arsalan, according to which he got military aid from him, but his sudden death and the absence of any strong leader to take his place gave Alexios the opportunity to focus on confronting the danger of Bohemond, whom he defeated in 502 Hijri, that is 1108 Common Era. The death of Kilij Arsalan made the situation in Asia Minor volatile, because the oldest of his four sons, Malik Shah, became a prisoner in the hands of Sultan Muhammad after the Battle of Al-Khabur, whilst his widow gained control of Malatya and the eastern regions, with the help of the Emir Ayubid, who acknowledged the authority of Tughril Arsalan, the youngest son of Kilij Arsalan, over Byzantine territory. As for the other two brothers, Mas'ud and Arab, the former lived in Danishmand region, and the latter settled in Konya. The collapse of the central authority among the Seljuks of Rome was not to the advantage of the Byzantines, because the Seljuks continued to raid the empire's lands. Despite that, the Byzantine emperor was able to capture some fortresses in the border regions, but he did not want to venture into Cilicia or Syria. This attitude of his worked in the favor of the Seljuks, who were devoting their efforts to dealing with their internal problems. Jawali Sakawa, after the death of Kilij Arsalan, who drowned in the Khyber River in 500 Hijri, that is 1107 Common Era, it became possible for Jawali to enter Mosul, but because of the savagery that accompanied his rule, he soon became hated by its people. He did not do anything more than Jakarmish had done with regard to outwardly accepting the authority of Muhammad, despite the fact that he delivered sermons in that ruler's name in Mosul, as he declared his independence and cut off all ties with him. This prompted Sultan Muhammad in Dulqada, 501 Hijri, that is June 1108 Common Era, to give one of his men, Maudud ibn al-Tuntash, the task of expelling Jawali from Mosul and taking his place as governor. Thus Jawali was forced to flee from Mosul a second time. He went to Mesopotamia, where all the enemies of the Seljuk state rallied around him, chief among whom was the Arab Banu Mazid tribe. He did not hesitate either in forming an alliance with the neighboring Crusader forces. He released Baldwin du Bourrak, the ruler of Edessa, and formed an alliance with him against the Seljuks. Maudud entered Mosul, where he was welcomed by the inhabitants, in Safar 502 Hijri, that is September 1108 Common Era. End of Part 3 of Chapter 3. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 4 of Chapter 3. Maudud ibn at-Tuntash, 501 to 507 Hijri, that is 1108 to 1113 Common Era. Sharaf ad-Dawlah Maudud occupies a special place in the history of the jihad against the Crusaders. A number of factors contributed to making his position prominent, the most important of which, undoubtedly, is the early stage at which he appeared. Also crucial were the profound Islamic nature of his character, his complete devotion to achieving the greater aims of the Muslims, his tolerant, just internal policies, his ability on that basis to lead the jihad movement and create some sort of coordination, perhaps for the first time, between all the Islamic forces in the field of jihad, which we do not find in such a crystallized, mature form except during the Artukid and Zangid periods later on. And finally, his success in forcing the Crusaders into a defensive position, and his achievement of a number of victories, one of which came in the hills of Tiberias, in the heart of Palestine, far from the arena in which the battles between the rulers of Mosul and their enemies had usually taken place. Nonetheless, he was murdered soon after that in the Jame Mosque of Damascus at the hands of vicious enemies of the jihad and resistance movement. The profound grief that enveloped the Muslim masses after his assassination, and the sincere words that he spoke just before his martyrdom, All confirm the position of Maudud as one of the Islamic heroes of the wars against the Crusaders and one of the early pioneers of the jihad. Maudud's first campaign against Edessa in 503 Hijri, that is 1109 Common Era, a few months after taking full control in Mosul and after receiving instructions from the Seljuk Sultan Muhammad ibn Malik Shah to go ahead and fight the Crusaders, Maudud began forming an Islamic alliance, which included the Artuki Amir al-Ghazi, the Amir of Mardin, and his Turkmen troops. Sukman al-Qutubi, who was known as the Shah of the Armenians, and a large number of volunteers. This was the first time that such a number of Muslim rulers had come together to fight the Crusaders. Hence, this campaign is regarded as the start of a new era in the fight against the Crusaders, and an important turning point from division and apathy to unity and attack. As soon as the Crusaders in Edessa became aware of the Muslims massing, Baldwin de Burek sent a messenger to Jerusalem, seeking immediate help from King Baldwin. He did not bother to seek help from Tancred, the ruler of Antioch, because he had doubts about his intentions, thinking that he may have come to some agreement with the Muslims against Edessa. At that time, King Baldwin was besieging Beirut and did not move until he had captured that city. Then he hastened northwards, accompanied by Bertram, the ruler of Tripoli. Near Samosata, he was joined by some Armenian leaders, headed by Kurk Basil, and he reached Edessa at the end of Zulhijjah, that is August. Atabek Maudud continued to besiege Edessa for 2 months without being able to breach its fortified walls. When he saw the army from Jerusalem approaching at a distance, he lifted the siege and retreated to Haran, according to a precise military plan, where he was joined by Toktigin, the Atabeg of Damascus. King Baldwin decided to pursue the Muslim army, but he had to unite the Crusaders before he could do that. So he summoned Tancred, the ruler of Antioch, and managed to bring about reconciliation between him and the ruler of Edessa. Maudud retreated some distance, so as to entice the Crusaders to pursue him to a place that was far away from their base, and then surround them after turning suddenly northwards. The pursuit ceased suddenly, and the Crusader alliance disintegrated. A combination of many factors caused the Crusaders to give up the chase and leave the area, the most important of which may be A. King Baldwin received early warning of Maudud's plan, so he lifted the siege of the citadel of Chinon, northwest of Haran. He had also received a warning from Jerusalem that the Fatimids were moving against Beirut, so he decided to give up the campaign. B. Rumors were circulating among the Crusaders that Redwan, the ruler of Aleppo, was preparing to attack Antioch during its ruler's absence, so Tancred was forced to give up the campaign. C. Based on the king's advice that there was no point in attempting to protect the areas east of the Euphrates, Baldwin told the inhabitants to leave and go to the areas on the right bank. He kept some garrisons in the large fortresses of Edessa and Suruj, and in some of the smaller citadels, and also reinforced their defenses. Maudud, however, was content to attack the passing Crusaders from the rear and return to Mosul. Maudud's second campaign against Edessa. The second round came less than 2 years later, as a result of the mobilization called for by a delegation from Aleppo, who came to Baghdad to call for jihad. They did so after seeing the extent to which Redwan was submitting to the Crusaders and the continuous defeats suffered by the Muslims of Syria, as a consequence of which many positions had fallen into enemy hands. The call of the Aleppan delegation motivated the masses and the scholars of Baghdad, and they held a huge demonstration in which they called upon the authorities, the caliphs and sultans, to realize the necessity of proclaiming a jihad and sending armies to halt the Crusaders' march. The caliph hastened to notify the Seljuk Sultan of what had happened, and asked him to pay attention to the matter and hasten to respond to the calls of the Muslims. The Seljuk Sultan issued immediate orders to his governor in Mosul, the Amir Maudud, telling him to form a new Islamic alliance with his son, King Masud, as commander-in-chief of the Muslims. All the rulers of the Seljuk region, Suqman al-Kubuti, ruler of Khalat, Tabriz and part of Diyarbakir, al-Ghazi al-Artuqi, who sent his son Ayaz as his deputy, the two Kurdish emirs, Ahmadi, ruler of Maragah, and Abdul Hajjah, ruler of Erbil. In addition to some Persian emirs led by Ilkhani and Zangi, the two sons of Bursuk, the emir of Hamadan, gathered under the leadership of Maudud, the ruler of Mosul. The allied forces began their military operation in Muharram 505 Hijri, that is August 1111 Common Era, by conquering a number of Crusader sites east of the Euphrates. Then they went and besieged Edessa, where the campaign spread panic among the inhabitants. But in fact, it did not change a thing. Edessa wore the Muslims down because of its fortifications and the resilience of its inhabitants, at which point Maudud decided to cross the Euphrates and attack Turbasal. The Muslim forces hoped to tempt their enemy to cross the Euphrates, thus to get the better of them. But this was a mistake on the Muslims' part, because when they crossed the Euphrates, the Crusaders were able to transfer a large amount of food, weapons and reinforcements to Edessa, which grew strong after it had been weak. It would have fallen into the Muslim hands if they had continued their siege of the city. It was not long before Jocelyn, the ruler of Turbasel, who was under pressure from the Muslim forces, was able to bribe the Kurdish commander Ahmadil, who with his troops formed a large part of the Muslim forces, to withdraw despite the objections of all the other leaders. Soon after that, Radwan asked Maudud for help and summoned his troops to Aleppo so that they could work together from there against the Crusaders. Maudud left Turbasel and headed for Aleppo at the head of his forces, but he did not get far from Turbasel before Jocelyn came out, leading his knights, and was able to attack the Muslim rearguard, killing nearly 1,000 men and returning home laden with booty. Radwan's call to Maudud was not genuine. Hardly had the Muslim forces drawn close to Aleppo, then he shut the city gates in their faces and took precautions to prevent any demonstrations by ordering the arrest of many prominent figures in the city, whom he took as hostages. Maudud had no option but to lead his army south to Shaizar, after raiding a number of Crusader sites in the north. In Shaizar he met with Tughtagin, who was heading towards Baghdad to seek help in taking back Tripoli. But he was afraid that Damascus would be taken from him, so he had started to negotiate with the Crusaders in secret. As for Tancred, who had camped in front of Shaizar, he retreated to Afamia and sent word to King Baldwin asking him for help. The latter responded and sent for all the knights in the Crusader East to join him, and he was joined by a larger number of them. Tancred also asked his followers from all parts of Antioch for help. Maudud fortified himself behind the walls of Shaizar before the gathering of Crusaders, which grew to 16,000 fighters led by the king of Jerusalem and the rulers of Edessa, Antioch, and Tripoli, was complete. Maudud refused to be dragged by his enemies into a decisive battle. Tughtagin did not want to offer him help until after Maudud promised to go ahead with his campaign to the south to fight the Crusaders in Palestine, in spite of the riskiness of this attempt from a military viewpoint. The Kurdish commander Bursuk fell ill and wanted to return to his country, and Suthman died suddenly, so his troops withdrew northward, carrying his corpse with them. Ahmadil hastened to withdraw his troops in an attempt to capture some of Suthman's possessions. Maudud was no longer able to launch an attack as the numbers of his troops were diminishing daily, and he did not want to spend the winter far from Mosul, so he returned there. This poor conduct on the part of some of the commanders had a direct impact on the possibility of achieving a decisive victory against the Crusaders, like that achieved by Jakarmish and Suthman in the Battle of Al-Baligh. These events demonstrated the extent of the Muslim division and lack of unity, at a time when Crusader forces had gathered in the north and south of Syria, and Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, had achieved a kind of leadership over all the other Crusader rulers. The policies of Radwan in the Emirate of Aleppo were all dreadful. He made a deal with the Ismailis and Crusaders, forming an alliance with them against their Muslim opponents. He joined forces with the Crusader ruler of Antioch against the ruler of Mosul, Jawali, in 501 Hijri, and when Maudud, Amir of Mosul, attacked Antioch and Turbasel, Radwan refused to help him and shut the city gates of Aleppo in his face. Instead, he formed an alliance with Tancred, ruler of Antioch, against the Mujahideen, and the gates of the city remained closed to the Muslim army for 17 days. Despite this, the Crusaders did not show any appreciation for his stance, as they besieged Aleppo in 504 Hijri, intensifying the siege until its inhabitants were forced to eat carrion and leaves, and they imposed upon Radwan the payment of an annual tribute. The deviant, heretical Rafidi, Batini Ismailis attained a prominent position in Aleppo, as Radwan embraced their ideas and helped them, then used them to assassinate his political opponents. He was inclined towards the Fatimids, and prayers for al-Mustali, the Fatimid Caliph, and his vizier al-Afdal were offered in the Friday sermons in his land, and continued for 2 years in Aleppo. His conduct was deplorable. He brought the Batinis close to him and established a propagation center for them in Aleppo, so that their numbers increased. He died in 507 Hijri. The historian Abul Mahasin described Radwan in the following terms. He was stingy and miserly, badly behaved, with no mercy in his heart towards his people. The Franks would raid and take prisoners, and he would not go out to confront them. Radwan was succeeded by his son Alp Arsalan, who was known as Al-Akhras, the Mute, who persecuted the Ismailis and killed their leader, Abu Tahir as-Saigh, and the other leaders of that sect. Maudud's third campaign against Edessa. Although Maudud found himself alone in the jihad movement, he nevertheless launched a sudden attack against Edessa in Dhul-Qa'dah 505 Hijri, that is March 1112 Common Era, and besieged it. The city withstood the siege, so he decided to leave a military force around the city and attack Suruj in Muharram 506 Hijri, that is August 1112 Common Era, because it was the second Crusader fortress east of the Euphrates. With this military plan, Maudud divided his forces and weakened them, abandoning his cautious approach regarding the Crusaders. The outcome was that Jocelyn, ruler of Turbasel, caught up with him and defeated him, killing a large number of his men, so he had no choice but to retreat towards Edessa. However, Jocelyn got there first to help Baldwin de Burak defend it. Whilst these events were going on, the Armenians in Edessa conspired against Baldwin and contacted Maudud to rescue them from Crusader rule, agreeing to help him to capture a citadel that controlled the eastern sector of the city, which would then enable him to capture the entire city with ease. The rapid arrival of Jocelyn prevented any implementation of this agreement. However, the Muslims were driven back and did not manage to wrest the city from the hands of the Crusaders. Maudud's campaign, the Battle of Sanabria. Maudud still clung to the idea of jihad against the Crusaders. This was the mission that the Seljuk Sultan Muhammad had entrusted to him as his representative in Mesopotamia and Syria. At the beginning of 507 Hijri, that is June 1113 Common Era, he moved at the head of an Islamic alliance to fight the Crusaders in Jerusalem. In response to the call for help from Tughtagin the Atabeg of Damascus, after his emirate was subjected to fierce attacks from the Crusaders of Jerusalem, who went through the valley of Taim to the Bika and reached Baalbek. Tamerk, the ruler of Sinjar and Ayaz ibn il-Ghazi, the emir of Mardin, joined this alliance. The goal of the Muslims was the region of Palestine, and they succeeded in drawing out King Baldwin to the lands around Damascus as far as the bridge of Sanabria, which is located at the headwaters of the river Jordan. On the 13th of Muharram, they met in a battle which ended in victory for the Muslims and dealt a crushing blow to the Crusaders. The king of Jerusalem went back to Tiberias, and soon Roger of Antioch and Pons of Tripoli came to help him, whereas the ruler of Edessa could not come because his principality needed to be guarded constantly. After the battle, the Muslims progressed as far as Tiberias, but they did not want to venture into confronting the Crusader alliance, especially since winter had begun, so they decided to withdraw to Damascus. That was the first time that Mosul and Damascus cooperated in fighting the Crusaders in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Atabeg Maudud played an important role in that. He restored the Muslims' self-confidence. So they turned their strategy towards the Crusaders from a defensive one to an offensive one. He crystallized the idea of unity among Muslims and gave it a political and a military dimension. So their leaders became ready to cooperate with commitment and firm intentions. The murder of Maudud. Maudud and his allies sent a messenger to the Seljuk Sultan in Isfahan, telling him the good news of the victories that they had achieved, and sending some booty with the messenger, along with some of the Frankish prisoners and the heads of some of the slain. However, the fact that the Muslims were far from their homelands, had no supplies, and were suffering from the intense cold, forced them to cease operations in the area and return to Damascus on the 21st of Rabiul Awwal, with hopes of returning to fight the Crusaders when spring came. After Maudud received the Sultan's response to his message and his instructions concerning it, he went to the Jamia Mosque in Damascus on a Friday in Rabiul Awwal to pray there with Tughtagin. When they had finished praying, Maudud came out to the courtyard of the mosque, holding Tugtagin's hand, and a Batini heretic leapt on him and struck him, inflicting 4 wounds. The Batini was captured, and his head was taken, but no one recognized him, so it was burned. Maudud had been fasting, and he was carried to the house of Tughtagin, who urged him strongly to break his fast, but he refused, saying, "I do not want to meet Allah except fasting." And he died that day. May Allah have mercy on him. The Muslims were saddened by the fall of one of the greatest heroes of jihad, who was known for his sincerity, devotion, and daring, and they grieved deeply for his sudden disappearance after the great victory that he and his allies had achieved in the heart of Crusader territory. The masses of Damascus expressed their sorrow and anger, and the city witnessed turmoil such as had not been seen in a long time. Nothing calmed the people down except their hope that their leader would survive the wounds that had been inflicted on him, but as soon as they heard of his martyrdom a few hours later, their anguish and turmoil were renewed. The Frankish king in Jerusalem wrote a letter to Tughtagin in which he said, "The nation that murdered its leader on its feast day, in its house of worship, deserves to be destroyed by God." Nevertheless, the Frankish king and other Crusader leaders were unaware, or deliberately ignored what was really going on at that time. The greatest help to them and the greatest danger to every Muslim attempt to fight them was not the nation that they thought had killed its leader in its house of worship, and we know the attitude of this nation towards the murder of its Mujahid hero. Rather, it was that hateful Rafidi Batini group, which was based on unorthodox beliefs and had a strong inclination towards destructiveness, which was established in Persia by a man called Al-Hasan ibn Asabah, whom we have discussed previously. He was supported by the Rafidi Batini Fatimid state, and the hatred of these assassins for the Christians was no greater than their hatred for the Sunni Muslims. What we see today is the best evidence of that. Consequences of the campaigns led by Maudud. Despite the failure that befell the campaigns of Maudud, the hero of Islam, they led to many important consequences for the course of the Islamic Jihad movement against the Crusaders, which may be summed up as follows. A. Maudud's reign, although it was short, is regarded as a turning point in the history of the Muslim-Christian conflict during that early stage, as the idea of jihad became a reality, and found a loyal knight who carried its banner for nearly half of the period during which he was the Emir of Mosul. B. The campaign of Maudud exposed the weakness of the Muslim forces in Syria and Mesopotamia, and the apathy among some of them towards jihad against the Crusader invaders. C. It is possible to regard the campaigns of Maudud as a precursor to the campaigns of Imad ad-Din Zangi, without minimizing the chronological difference of 3 decades that separated the achievements of each of them, which then led to the fall of the Crusader Principality of Edessa in 539 Hijri, that is 1144 Common Era. Maudud directed his early campaign against Edessa and Turbasel, and worked to wear down their populace in a way which we would say paved the way for Zangi's efforts against Edessa, for the progress of jihad is connected with one leader paving the way for another. D. Despite the pioneering role played by Maudud, we find that some historians think that Imad ad-Din Zangi was the one who laid the foundation for the jihad movement against the Crusaders. This is enormously unfair to the role of that Seljuk leader. In reality, the historians who recorded that stage in the history of the Islamic-Christian conflict were dazzled by the extent of what Imad ad-Din al-Zangi achieved in causing the fall of the first Crusader principality to be established in the region, and they imagined that the previous stages were of no great importance, despite the fact that they had truly laid the foundations for the achievements of 1144 Common Era, that is 539 Hijri. We should not overlook the fact that the effective, successful political propaganda that was introduced by the brilliant Iraqi historian Ibn al-Athir in his excellent book about the founder of the Zangid dynasty influenced historians in one way or another in such a way that it made them give Imad ad-Din al-Zangi that status in their evaluation of historical events. It is sufficient pride for Maudud that he succeeded in striking at the Crusader presence in Galilee, which was an area that had not been reached by any Muslim initiatives for nearly 2 decades. Suffice it to say that he inflicted defeat on the founder of the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem. E. We may reach a specific conclusion from the fact that the leaders of the Islamic Jihad all complement one another and there is no conflict between them. What Maudud did benefited the great leader Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi later on. Hence it may be said, today Sanabra, tomorrow Hattin. This is what was proven by the general history of that region in the 6th century Hijri, that is 12th century Common Era. Whatever the case, when we compare the efforts of Maudud with those who came before him, such as Karboga, Chakarmish, and Jawali Sakawa, it will become clear to us that their roles were gradual and complementary. All that Karboga did was send support to save Antioch. Chakarmish added to that through his alliance with Sukman ibn Artuk in a way that led to victory in the Battle of Haran in 498 Hijri, that is 1104 Common Era. As for Maudud, his role was more significant in that it led to the defeat of the Crusaders at Sanabra in 507 Hijri, that is 1113 Common Era. This proves to us that in only 9 years, two major defeats were inflicted on the Crusaders. But there remains the stubborn fact that the Muslims did not benefit from either victory by attacking the enemy's territory. Achieving swift victory made it hard for the Crusaders to compensate for their losses, but the remaining phenomenon of political division and grudges among the Muslim leadership formed an obstacle to achieving that goal. End of part 4 of chapter 3. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 1, Crusades prior to the rise of the Ayubid state. Start of Part 5 of Chapter 3. Najmuddin al-Ghazi, ruler of Mardin. The Islamic Jihad movement against the Crusaders was strongly connected to the leaders of Mosul, who were under Seljuk rule. The death of the Sultan Muhammad ibn Malik Shah in 512 Hijri, that is 1117 Common Era, led to the decline of the Seljuk position in Iraq. Sultan Mahmud ibn Muhammad ibn Malik Shah tried to summon Ak Sankur from Mosul in order to appoint him as governor of Shahankiyah in Baghdad, which led to Mosul temporarily losing its leading position in reviving the Islamic Jihad movement against the Crusaders. Leadership of the Jihad passed to Najmuddin al-Ghazi, the ruler of Mardin. Al-Ghazi started his jihad efforts by capturing Aleppo in 511 Hijri, that is 1117 Common Era, because of its importance to any military or political leader who wanted to confront the Crusaders due to its vital strategic position in terms of human resources and military, political and economic aspects. Aleppo lay between two Crusader kingdoms, Edessa and Antioch. At the same time, it was able to establish contact with the Turkmen Muslim forces who were spread throughout the Mesopotamian region. Hence, capturing Aleppo opened the way to leading the jihad movement, and that is indeed what happened in the case of Najmuddin al-Ghazi and his nephew Balak ibn Bahram, and after them Ak Sunkur al-Bursuki and Imad ad-Din Zangi, and Nuruddin Mahmud later on. As for the details of Najmuddin al-Ghazi's capture of Aleppo in 511 Hijri, that is 1117 Common Era, new developments took place which made the Crusaders hope to capture the city when it reached such a point of weakness and economic hardship that the people were unable even to feed their animals. However, its people's fear of falling into Crusader hands forced them to summon Najmuddin al-Ghazi and surrender Aleppo to him in that year. Al-Ghazi started his work in Aleppo by imposing his authority on some regions that belonged to it, such as Beilis, and by detaining some of the men of Aleppo in order to get money to help him make a truce with the Crusaders. The people and soldiers of Aleppo disliked him according to Ibn al-Adim, which forced him to leave the city and go to Mardin after leaving his son Husam ad-Din Timurtash in charge of Aleppo. The troops stationed in Belize took advantage of the high prices that they were faced within the same year, 511 Hijri, that is 1117 Common Era, and sent word to the Crusaders that they would hand the city over to them. So Al-Ghazi was forced to return to Aleppo at the head of a Turkmen force. When the Crusaders realized the danger, they withdrew and Al-Ghazi recaptured it and went back to Mardin after working out a truce with them, according to which neither side would transgress against the possessions of the other. The Crusaders break the truce. The Crusaders found their opportunity after Al-Ghazi left, however, and they raided Azaz and intensified their siege until the Muslims in the city were forced to surrender. The people of Aleppo were forced to make contact with the Crusaders to ask them to adhere to the truce that Al-Ghazi had made with them, to hand Tal Hirak over to them, and to pay the agreed upon amount for 4 months, which was 1,000 dinars, and they would have the north and west of Aleppo. Najm ad-Din al-Ghazi grew angry when the news from Aleppo reached him, but he could not return and save it, because he had too few troops. So he headed towards eastern Mesopotamia with the aim of gathering troops. At the same time, he told Tahir ad-Din Tughtagin of his wish to meet with him in 512 Hijri, that is 1118 Common Era, and they met at the citadel of Dosar with the aim of pushing the Crusaders back from Aleppo. They did not manage to do that, but it prompted the Crusaders to impose tight controls on the entrances to Aleppo after taking over Bazara. The situation in Aleppo deteriorated to the point of devastation according to Ibn al-Adim. So the people of Aleppo had no choice but to seek help from the Abbasid Caliphate and the Seljuk state in Baghdad. They received no help though, because the Abbasid Caliphate was too weak, and the Seljuks were preoccupied with family conflicts amongst themselves. Mobilization against the Crusaders. Najm ad-Din al-Ghazi did not manage to meet the Crusaders. Al-Ghazi left Tughtagin and went back to Mardin in order to gather troops in preparation for a renewed jihad, intending to meet with the Crusaders in a decisive battle. In Mardin, Najm ad-Din al-Ghazi gathered more than 20,000 Turkmen, with the aim of fighting the Crusaders who had intensified their siege of Aleppo, which had almost run out of supplies. Al-Ghazi sent his messengers to Baghdad to announce this mobilization against the Crusaders and to inform the Abbasid Caliph al-Mustarshid Billah and the Seljuk Sultan Mahmud ibn Muhammad ibn Malik Shah of what the Crusaders had done in Mesopotamia, taking possession of a citadel near Edessa and killing its ruler Ibn Utair. Najm ad-Din al-Ghazi made arrangements with Tahir ad-Din Tughtagin in 512 Hijri, that is 1118 Common Era, to meet the Crusaders in Syria, in Safar of the following year, 513 Hijri, that is 1119 Common Era. Before the appointed time, Al-Ghazi headed towards Edessa and besieged it fiercely, which forced the Crusaders in the city to ask him for a peace deal, offering to give him in return some of the Muslim prisoners who were being held there. Al-Ghazi responded to them and stipulated that they should not go to the aid of the king of Antioch in the event of any fighting with him, and they agreed. This was a sound step on Al-Ghazi's part, through which he was able to isolate one of the Crusader forces and prevent it from helping the other forces. This giving in to the Muslim rulers' demands is a clear indication of the weakness of the Crusaders in Mesopotamia. The Battle of Agar Sanguinis, the Field of Blood. After Al-Ghazi had ascertained that he would not be exposed to Crusader attack from the rear, he headed towards Syria and was joined by Usama ibn al-Mubarak ibn Shibl al-Kilabi and the Emir Tughan Arsalan, the ruler of Badlis Warzan. He continued his march until he drew close to Al-Atharib in the land of Sarmada in the spring of 513 Hijri, that is 1119 Common Era. There he awaited the arrival of the Hiraddin Tughtagin. The Crusaders, led by Roger the ruler of Antioch, had camped in Tel Afrin where they began to build a fortress. It never occurred to them that Najmuddin al-Ghazi would take them by surprise in that place, because the road was narrow, and because they thought that the Muslims would attack Al-Atarib or Zardana. So they were overconfident and thought that they were well fortified. They sent word to Al-Ghazi saying, "Do not trouble yourself to come to us. We will come to you." When Al-Ghazi felt he had waited too long for the arrival of his ally, he responded to the wishes of his commanders who were with him, and hastened to take the Crusaders by surprise. The Crusaders did not notice anything until the banners of the Muslims suddenly appeared and surrounded them on all sides. That occurred on Friday 16th Rabiul Awwal, 513 Hijri, that is 1119 Common Era. The Qadi of Aleppo, Abul Fadl ibn al-Kashhab, went out and delivered a very eloquent speech to the Muslims, urging them to engage in jihad, and the Muslims attacked the Crusaders as one from all directions. Arrows rained down on the Crusaders like locusts, while swords were striking them from all directions. None escaped but a few. The rest were killed or wounded. Among the slain was Roger of Antioch, who had hastened to meet the Muslims in battle before his reinforcements from Jerusalem, Tripoli, and elsewhere arrived. Over 70 Crusader knights and commanders were taken captive. They tried to ransom themselves with more than 300,000 dinars, but Najmuddin al-Ghazi did not accept it from them. He ordered that they all be killed. This battle is known to medieval European, the Latin historians, and the modern historians who quote them as the Field of Blood, because so many Crusaders were killed there, and only a few Muslims were killed. Consequences of the victory. The importance of what happened to the Crusaders does not stop with the military victory that Najmuddin al-Ghazi achieved over them. Rather, this victory resulted in the establishment of a united Islamic front, which included Muslim emirs in Syria and Mesopotamia. In addition, it made Aleppo safe from Crusader danger, especially after Najmuddin al-Ghazi captured a fortress close to Al-Atharib in the same year. Overall, it was a huge disaster, which deprived Antioch of its ruler and its army, which made the Syriacs and Armenians in Antioch rethink their position of supporting the Crusaders. This, it appears, is what prompted them to conspire to get rid of the Western Crusaders later on. Ibn al-Adhim states that after the battle ended, Najmuddin al-Ghazi went to Roger's tent so that the Muslims could give him all the booty that they had acquired. But he returned all the booty to the fighters and did not take anything from them, except some weapons that he kept for the Muslim monarchs in order to revive in their hearts the love of Islamic jihad against the Crusaders. Al-Ghazi managed to achieve a series of victories in northern Syria, which created for the Muslims an atmosphere of calm and stability. The Muslims managed to inflict a crushing defeat on the Crusader reinforcements which came, led by Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, to save Roger. Nonetheless, Najmuddin al-Ghazi was not content with that. He met in Artah with his ally Tughtagin, and they agreed to attack Al-Atharib and Zardana. They managed to capture both locations from the Crusaders. Al-Ghazi then went to Danitz with a small group of Muslims, where he met Baldwin and Robert, ruler of Zardana. A battle took place between the two sides in Jamadul Awwal, 513 Hijri, that is 1119 Common Era, which resulted in victory for Najmuddin al-Ghazi and defeat for the Crusaders, who sought refuge in the fortress of Hub after being pursued by Najmuddin. Najmuddin al-Ghazi returned to Aleppo, whilst his men on their way back encountered the ruler of Zardana, Robert the Leper, who was accompanied by a force of Crusaders. Al-Ghazi's troops attacked them, which forced those Crusaders who survived to go back to the fortress of Hub. Robert the Leper fell into the hands of the Muslims, who took their captive to Al-Ghazi in Aleppo, who in turn sent him to Tughtagin in Damascus, where he was killed in captivity. At the end of Jamadul Awwal, 513 Hijri, that is 1119 Common Era, Al-Ghazi left Aleppo and went back to Mardin because of financial difficulties that he was facing, in addition to the fact that Aleppo was in a weak position which made him unable to stay there. The Siege of Antioch and the truce with the King of Jerusalem. Despite the fact that Najmuddin al-Ghazi was occupied with administrative matters in Mardin, he gathered an army of Turkmens and crossed the Euphrates with them to Syria in 514 Hijri, that is 1120 Common Era, where he met Tughtagin. They went to Antioch, which they besieged but were unable to conquer. They then went to Kinasarine, which they besieged for a day and a night, but they did not get anything from that either. Zahir ad-Din Tughtagin suggested to his companion that they should lift the siege and each go back to his own land. Najmuddin al-Ghazi accepted his advice and returned to Aleppo, after realizing the strength that the Crusaders had, whilst his Turkmen troops dispersed. Al-Ghazi had no choice but to enter a truce with the king of Jerusalem, Baldwin II, according to which the Crusaders would take Al-Ma'arah, Kafurtab, Al-Barrah, and some villages in Jabal as-Sumaq, and this truce would last until the end of the year. The truce is broken. The Crusaders did not adhere to this truce. In 514 Hijri, that is 1120 Common Era, Jocelyn, the ruler of Turbasal, raided some land that belonged to Aleppo, which forced the people of Aleppo to send a strongly worded protest to Baldwin II, king of Jerusalem, telling him of Jocelyn's aggression against the Muslims. He responded by saying, "I have no control over Jocelyn." The Crusaders did not stop there. The Crusaders in Antioch also raided the city of Shaizar and captured a number of Muslims and made unreasonable demands of the Arab emir of Shaizar, Abul Asakir Sultan ibn Munqidh, which forced him to make a peace deal with them in return for tribute. In addition to that, the Crusaders took advantage of al-Ghazi's absence from Aleppo and launched an attack on al-Atharib in Safar, 515 Hijri, that is 1121 Common Era, burning its houses and crops, and even attacked Aleppo itself. Baldwin II laid siege to it, which resulted in 50 of its people being taken captive, but the Aleppans succeeded in rescuing their brethren and forcing the Crusaders to retreat to Antioch. It appears that Najmuddin al-Ghazi was forced to stay in Mardin for some time. This led him to write to his son Suleiman, who was his representative in Aleppo, telling him to make a truce with the Crusaders, as a result of which the Crusaders acquired Sarmin, Baldat Lailun, some agricultural land around Aleppo, and Al-Atharib. Rebellion of Suleiman ibn al-Ghazi against his father. The peace deal that Suleiman ibn al-Ghazi made with the Crusaders was not in the Muslims' interests. Moreover, he did not try to deal with the disorder and chaos that prevailed in Aleppo, and instead, he openly rebelled against his father and declared Aleppo's independence. This step taken by Suleiman encouraged the Crusaders to put pressure on Aleppo and capture some of the surrounding area in Jamadi Sani, 515 Hijri, that is 1121 Common Era, and to demand that its ruler, Suleiman, surrender Al-Atarib to King Baldwin. However, the Muslim inhabitants of Al-Atarib refused to give in to the Crusaders, which forced Baldwin to retreat to Antioch and thence to Jerusalem. Suppression of the rebellion. As soon as Najmuddin al-Ghazi heard of his son's insubordination in Aleppo, he came quickly and punished those who were behind his son's disobedience. When Suleiman saw the severe punishment that befell his supporters, he feared for his life and fled to Damascus, where he asked Turtagin for asylum. Once al-Ghazi had suppressed the rebellion in Aleppo, he put his nephew Badr al-Dawla Suleiman ibn Abdul Jabbar ibn Artuk in charge of the city and formed a new truce with the Crusaders for a whole year. Al-Ghazi's aim in forming this truce with the Crusaders was to get enough time to go back to Diyarbakir and gather as many troops as possible so that he could return to fight the Crusaders, in addition to the fact that he feared the Crusaders might attack Aleppo and his nephew might not be able to offer any resistance. In Mardin, Najmuddin al-Ghazi managed to gather a large number of Turkmens. Then he took them to Syria in Rabi'u Sani, 516 Hijri, that is 1122 Common Era, taking advantage of the split that occurred between Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, and Pons of Tripoli. Najmuddin al-Ghazi was unable to achieve a decisive victory over the Crusaders, despite the fact that he was joined by Balak ibn Bahram ibn Artuk and Dahir ad-Din Turtagin, but the Crusaders were unable to spread their influence and domination to Aleppo either. The death of al-Ghazi and its effect on the Muslims. In Ramadan 516 Hijri, that is 1122's Common Era, al-Ghazi felt that his health was deteriorating. So he went back to Mayfariqin, Silvan in Turkey, where he died. A great loss as the death of Najmuddin al-Ghazi was for the Muslims in Syria and Mesopotamia in general. The calamity was greater for the people of Aleppo, who were very saddened by his death, because Najmuddin al-Ghazi had dashed the Crusader leaders' hopes of capturing the city. The impact of al-Ghazi's death went further. It led to the disintegration of his emirate as it was divided among his sons, Hussam ad-Din Tumurtash, who got Mardin, and Suleiman, who got Mayfariqin. Aleppo remained the share of his nephew Suleiman ibn Abd al-Jabbar ibn Artuk, and Balak ibn Bahram ibn Artuk kept the citadel of Kharbard, that is Khartabat, to which Haran was added later on. In addition to that, Aleppo, which used to rely on the Turkmen troops who were mobilized by al-Ghazi from northern Mesopotamia, lost this resource which had often tipped the balance in favor of the Muslims against the Crusaders at the time of al-Ghazi. This made Aleppo more vulnerable to Crusader raids and weakened the position of its ruler Suleiman ibn Abd al-Jabbar, which made him unable to ward off the Crusaders. These latter took advantage of al-Ghazi's death to raid Baza'ah and Balis on the Euphrates, led by Baldwin II, king of Jerusalem. The matter did not end there. However, the Crusader king managed to capture the citadel of Bira, that is Al-Birah, as a result of which Aleppo was now surrounded on all sides, forcing Suleiman ibn Abd al-Jabbar to make a peace deal with the Crusaders in 517 Hijri, that is 1123 Common Era, in which he ceded the fortress of Al-Atarib. End of Part 5 of Chapter 3.